Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover. Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, and Nick. This is weird.
Did you have a hot plate over here? The
Probably his laptop.
The table's very
Could be
warm
my
right
could
here.
be my computer.
Why is your computer so warm?
Hoping now you're gone, John.
Get a
Very
fan.
warm.
Oh, I think you hit the dongle. Your video just popped.
Do they still make those
ooh,
things for
ooh,
laptops where it's like a
Dongle's
stand,
loosey goosey.
but it's also got fans in the stand to
Probably.
cool off your laptop?
Probably.
Get one of those.
It shouldn't be hot. That's odd.
News.
Odd news.
Saw
with odd song.
Get it?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Good to be back.
I wish I would have had a hot plate. Then I would have been sizzling some stuff up.
Oh man, I forgot how crispy these headphones sound. Not the
I
headphones, it's the amp.
I like to get sushi sometimes at a place, and they have the hot beef rock, so they just bring you raw steak and a hot rock,
Yeah.
and you just cook it yourself. It's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, I mean that seems like you're paying for something that someone should be doing for you.
Oh, interesting.
I think you're paying for the quality of the cut of the steak at that point.
Well, sure, and I would rather have
Experience.
a professional cook it for me so that it doesn't get ruined. Instead of just, hey, we're going to give you this hot rock. You have no idea where this rock has been.
Yeah, but
and
you
can
ever
just
eaten
stick it on the rock.
You ever eaten meat off a hot rock, John?
it's
No, I've
pretty
not.
good,
Full
John.
question.
You should
I
eat
would-
some rock meat.
I would rather have the professional chef make it on the hot rock.
You should
for me.
try it. Get John some
I-
hot rock meat.
In defense of John, when I go to a restaurant, I don't want to cook.
Yes,
That's why I go
Isn't that
there.
the point of the restaurant?
you're
Is
not
to
even-
not cook.
You're not even really cooking. You're just kind of putting the raw meat on the thing.
That's called cooking. That's how cooking
That
works.
that is cooking, but it's an experience.
It is an experience.
Cooking in my kitchen's an experience.
And I
It
would argue-
literally couldn't be more fresh.
It's true.
Literally couldn't be more fresh.
Also, it's steak, so you can't really screw it up. Just don't leave it on the rock for too long.
What do
well,
you
you
mean?
could definitely screw up
you-
steak.
yeah.
That's a bad.
Yeah, you can
Exactly, which is again why you should have the professional cook it for you.
I've never had a problem with it.
Stibs.
Well, then you're you're allowing yourself to be ripped off.
I love my rock meat, John.
Do you like go to McDonald's and say, no, please
I'll
let
come
me
in."
go back there and make my
Well,
own
no.
hamburger?
I just don't go to McDonald's, though.
oh, wow.
Well, okay, when you go to Taco Bell, please let me put this sawdust meat on this taco myself.
I don't do that. You know what?
Let
You're
me
right.
make this chalupa.
A good question from our good friend Stibs.
Yeah.
Two questions. Well, a question and a comment. WTF have they done to your studio? Are you guys being detained somewhere?
Oh,
Yes.
they painted it.
Yes.
Promises were
Yes.
made.
Yes.
They said,
It definitely
take
looks
things down.
like it's been painted.
And instead, it remains the same colors. We need to put the zone sign back up. I don't like it not being in here.
Did you see that the mural's dead now?
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't care about the mural.
I kind of care about
I
the
never cared about
Nick.
the-
All Nick can talk about is the
I-
mural.
I like
don't
the
care about
mural.
Well, you liked it because it's dead.
No, I've always liked it.
You know,
But it's dead now.
I know.
Why didn't you like it when it was here?
I loved it when it was here.
You didn't talk about it then.
I didn't need to. It was there.
Interesting.
You should appreciate it.
You reminisce about things that are past.
It's like this dog you supposedly have
I do.
that you love.
Her name's Misty. I love her very much.
Oh yeah, you have a dog.
She's a good girl.
There's no way. You don't have a dog.
I have a dog. I have
We would've
pictures.
seen-
I have so many pictures with this dog.
We would have seen pictures. By
I think
now.
it's fantastic that we've taken advantage of all this time since the studio has not been used very often to get everything done.
Well, that was
just
the
like,
idea.
just like
New
2 years
boards.
ago when we got the new boards put in.
New
and
boards
we were
are
all
in.
gone.
The wall is painted.
You can understand some people's consternation when they don't think things are going to happen in the future.
Those takes are aging well for you right now.
I'm starting to lean his way.
Stib says they painted the mural. Let's call Mark and see how much money he wasted.
Oh, was that his? Was that his idea?
It was his idea because he hired that local artist. That's part of the reason I liked it a lot because it was a local guy. Then it showed the whole sense of community and how we relate to the community.
So let's say
of
if the guy was from, I don't know, Fort Worth, you wouldn't have liked it very well.
I mean, I still would have liked it, but I think
it's good to be back with you guys.
What if it turned out that guy was from Nashville? You know?
Yeah,
but
what if it turned out that the
then.
so-called local guy was actually just here for like a couple of weeks and now has moved back to, I don't know, Colorado Springs.
He'd read a couple books about Omaha real fast.
I still like the mural, but a little less, I guess.
Well, it's gone now. It's dead.
Yeah, it doesn't matter now.
I don't remember the last time I walked in that front door.
I never go in that lobby
on a regular
It used
basis.
to be really easy to walk in there. Somebody would be there to open it for you.
And now you just listen for the sounds.
I did finally figure out what the doorbell meant.
I learned that 2 weeks
Josh
ago.
let me know what the sound meant, so that was good.
I had no idea until 2 weeks
Yeah.
ago. I was like, that's what that is.
Yeah.
I thought it was a cell phone ring.
We have a doorbell now.
That's so exciting. Gosh, that's exciting.
Mm-hmm.
It is exciting.
Mhm.
I like a doorbell.
Mhm.
Who doesn't like a good doorbell?
I'm worried about when the paint does eventually make its way here.
Yeah.
I'm worried about what
Okay.
might happen.
It'll be goopy.
Like smells and stuff. How
Yeah, just notoriously in
this-
this room, the air doesn't flow for particularly
Yeah.
well.
Dude, it's almost as hot in here as it is at the Omaha Baseball Village.
Yeah, I think it was a little more comfortable in the radio booth. Like we had the window open the other day. We kind of had a nice breeze.
There was
going in.
one day,
Yeah.
Nick, where you had the real stink look to you. You
What's
look
the real stink look?
you look
Nick,
like
you
you
know.
smelled. You look like
Your chest
you
hairs.
look like you smell.
Chest hairs are hanging
Which
out.
day? 'Cause
I can't remember.
I felt like I was pretty well put together all week.
Were there any selfies of you guys and Nick in an elevator?
no, we didn't get an elevator picture this year.
No, we didn't.
I don't think.
I had a hat on. I never felt like I looked sweaty. My hair looked fine.
You know, you kind of have that like you're a little stressed out, like there's something going. Maybe it's between games and
Oh, was it the
you're-
day where
you're
I had
trying to
5
shovel,
minutes to
You're trying to
record?
shovel food in your face.
I don't think I ever saw Nick not looking stressed. Every time
John,
I
think your
saw him,
phone's ringing.
I was worried that Nick was insanely stressed.
Someone from New York.
The worst.
Ugh.
The worst day was the double and 3/4 header day.
Yeah,
Kegs,
that was bad.
Kegs, Dungtown.
Is that his first home run?
number one?
Nice.
Wow.
Sake of his career, Jack Wagons.
Kegs.
That's exciting.
Fun fact: did you know Jordan Beck of the Colorado Rockies is
No.
tied with the most home runs at Kauffman Stadium this year?
Nope.
Not. I don't. Yes, that is actually true.
Wow.
It's him,
Look at Nick.
Salvi. No, him,
He's, like, tied with,
Pasquantino,
like, 4
and
other
Bobby
people.
Witt.
Yeah.
That's 3 home runs at Kauffman Stadium
It's
this
not good.
whole
Not
year.
Good. Look at this history. History happens here,
They say that.
Do you think?
and they gave him the cold shoulder.
Wow.
They did a bit.
Well, that's because they're doing their.
Now they got
Ah,
it.
Okay, let's have another team meeting so we can lose again.
We love you.
They've won since the team.
Wait, what
meeting,
happened?
John.
There was a team meeting.
Yeah, they had a players only meeting, Josh.
I was-
That's always good.
I was too focused on the College World Series to know about other sports that were happening. Uh-oh.
What do you mean?
It died.
Uh-oh.
Just
John,
touch it a
that
little
mic,
bit.
when you left, it turned sideways on us. It doesn't
Wow,
click
that
in
is-
anymore. It doesn't click anymore.
Wow.
Yeah.
It doesn't?
No.
It's in there, isn't it?
No, you can pull it out. Like, just don't even just do this. It won't stick.
Yeah, it's sticking.
What? It clicked in?
Yeah.
Wow, that's
it's
the
in.
first time in years.
Mm.
Other
or 2 weeks.
sports. What do you think was the main sport?
That was going on the last 2 weeks?
Yeah.
The men's College World Series?
Really, it didn't sound like it sometimes.
What? Can't talk about other stuff
It
sometimes?
sounded- it
like
Well,
the
you said you
NBA?
didn't pay
It
attention
sounded
to
like
other
the
stuff.
Northwestern
pa-
special teams was the most important thing
Wow.
going on in sports.
We talked about special teams one time, and that was a good topic.
For
I liked it.
15 minutes.
No.
It was not a good
Nick,
topic.
segments are 15 minutes long.
Special
sometimes.
teams is never a good.
It wasn't a good segment. I thought it was good.
Was it a good topic or a good segment? Maybe you guys. It was a bad topic, but you did good.
Oh, okay.
Maybe Tiny Baby Matt
Was it a
said
take?
something weird like, I
Oh.
thought Cars 3 was the best movie of all time.
John, did you hear
It's
about?
not the best movie, but it's the second best Cars movie.
You children.
I know
and
you
your
talked.
Cars.
You talked about
Cars
this.
2 sucks.
Yes, Cars 1 is mid.
You
No,
guys
it's
have
not.
such
It is
strong
not.
opinions
Get
on
out
Cars
of
the
here.
1
Cars
is
movie.
awesome.
Gen X boy likes it too.
It's a great movie.
It's an awesome movie.
He likes, but he actually
He likes
cars.
I like Cars.
So does Nick, though. To be fair, now what's
That's
Matt's
true.
excuse?
Yeah, that's.
I have no idea.
because he grew up then.
Did
Like,
you
he
hear?
just prefers Toy Story 3, the worst one.
Did you hear? Okay. Did you hear Matt not knowing about the Sistine Chapel?
Yeah, I
What?
did.
Wow. He said, you know, the
picture.
picture of those two dudes
touching fingers,
and Odson goes, the Sistine Chapel. All-time moment.
The picture.
Just yes, and it was like, it's not a picture.
Ooh, what's
It's
better?
a painting.
meme.
Austin not knowing about Mall of America or Matt not knowing about the Sistine Chapel?
Oh, that's good.
Oh, boy.
Great question, Nick.
I'm going to still lean Austin because, I mean, literally the Mall of America, it's modern.
5 hours away.
It's so
It's 5 hours
pervasive in our
away.
society.
Yeah.
The Mall of America really is the Sistine Chapel of America.
I mean,
Maybe.
Poll question.
could be.
Maybe.
Just the idea, though, that he called it a picture.
A picture.
That picture.
You know,
Picture of the two
dudes.
Like
It's Jesus, it's God and Adam, was
to
it
be
not?
fair,
like some 15-year-old teenage girl took a picture of it and put it on TikTok and is like, oh, that's a
To
picture.
be fair, I
Mhm.
bet God and Adam are dudes. You know, like there's some real dudes.
Yeah, but I mean, to
God's a dude.
is
Like
God
not a dude, but like a dude.
Mm.
Gender neutral dude.
Like Cags.
How do you know?
Like he's a dude.
Yeah, Nick, how do you know?
How do you know?
Da-na-na.
Wow, you can hear that out here?
Yeah, I don't have headphones.
I don't
on.
remember ever being able to hear that.
Now you'll never not be able to hear it.
Like I hear it in my
Mm.
office all the time.
LSD Will says, what's worse, Nick looking like he smells or smelling like he looks?
Wow.
Wow.
Great question.
I showered
Oh, come
every
on.
single night after I got home.
Me too. I
was
shower twice a day, every day.
I wore a polo every day except for Father's Day. I wore my Rockies button up, button down, and I got compliments on it too.
I like our new Zone Polos. I've worn mine twice. I'm going to wear it
Those
again
are a
on Sunday.
very good brand.
It's a great polo.
It's a good brand.
Very good brand.
Yeah, thank
Number
you,
one
thank you,
brand.
Stacy.
My brand.
We
very
appreciate
nice.
you.
Yeah,
Thank you,
very
Stacey.
nice polos. Thank you.
Huge. We
They
had
were good.
Zone Polo Day.
Yeah, that was like day 2, right?
I think so.
Yeah, it was day 2.
Probably about a week or so ago.
Yeah,
About a week
About
ago.
a week or so ago.
What a time. Isn't
I
it
know.
wild that since the College World Series started until now, there's only been one NBA Finals game?
There's only been one. I thought about that earlier. I'm like, did
What?
somebody win?
No,
So
they
it
played
Are
on
you
Monday
serious?
night. And that was it?
That's the one.
No, they played on the.
Oh, wait, they played on Friday.
played on
Damn
Friday.
it.
They played on
Okay,
Friday.
I apologize.
Okay, but there's only been 2.
There's only been two.
Why are they dragging this out? so
Because
Because they
it's
always
the
want to
NBA.
they always want a travel day.
Yeah,
and-
yeah,
and-
because they're traveling between games 1 and 2.
But
Now that's stupid. I 100% agree.
the NBA Finals goes 2, 3, 1, 1, 1.
1. Yeah.
Where in baseball it's 2, 3, 2.
What is this? A college football format?
Nice, Nick. Well done.
I mean, they are dragging this crap out.
They are. They're just looking for an excuse to make it go as long as
And the
Well, they
fact that
want it
there
to
was-
end on a Sunday.
And the fact that there was no games of either Stanley Cup or NBA on Father's Day night
that
was ridiculous.
wild. Yeah.
I got back from the games. You got back Sunday. I was like, oh, there's got to be one of these playoff games on.
Nope.
Nothing.
Nope. Nothing.
How stupid is that?
Yep.
Oh, we're protecting from the U.S. Open. Yeah, the crossover audience of the NBA Finals and the U.S. Open are a perfect circle.
Oh,
Yes.
it most certainly is.
I just got done watching somebody I don't recognize win the U.S. Open. I want to
That
watch
putt,
the
though.
NBA.
Did you see that putt?
It was a good putt.
Barely. I didn't. I saw it like once. It crossed my thing, and I was like, "Whoa, that won the U.S. Open." I didn't even click on it. I didn't even click. I didn't even click on it.
We didn't even talk
Did
about
it-
it on Monday.
Did it win it?
So he needed
Yeah.
2 putts, so that was a walk off. Like he didn't even have to.
So
have
he
this.
could have missed that one.
It was
and
just
still been-
cooler because it was like a 50
Sure.
whatever footer, and
Right.
it was in the
Cool.
rain. Yeah,
Excellent.
I told Matt because Matt
What's his
apparently
name?
is
JJ.
sure. Matt's a huge. I don't care about golf
We
anymore.
don't remember.
Matt's a huge golf guy. Loves U.S. Open, and I said, "Well, this is your new world. You will never watch the U.S. Open ever again because of the Men's College World Series."
That's true.
Yeah.
You know what they should do?
Every
They should change.
game.
They should put the U.S. Open in June and move the
Every game.
non-major major to July or to now.
Wait,
So, move the U.S. Open
to
up.
May. You're saying
I'm
May.
sorry, May.
Okay,
Whatever,
okay.
whatever month this is.
So-
And then move the minor
Oh.
major to now,
to now.
because no one's paying attention anymore.
Great idea. Great idea. It would definitely help us out a bunch.
Yeah.
We could actually watch
We
it.
could actually watch it.
Yeah.
So that's the other thing that happens during the College World Series. This is my first time really experiencing it. Father's Day.
Yeah.
How was Father's?
Happy
I have
Father's
no
Day.
idea. It's like it never happened. I felt shortchanged.
Oh,
I didn't see my family at all.
you should reach out to your wife and say, "I want a second Father's Day."
can we do
The
this?
second Father's
Wait,
Day
you
is
never
hit
saw
the
your
happers.
family at all?
I mean, I saw him when I said goodbye, and then I
Oh.
said hello, and that was it.
Good morning. See you later.
Yeah.
Baby Happer didn't even say goo goo gaga happy Father's
Well,
Day.
by the time I got home, she's been sleeping for hours. by that
Wow,
point.
wake her up.
Well, isn't
It's
that more
Father's
appropriate
Day.
your absentee father of the year, Connor Happer?
I guess so.
Be absent on Father's Day.
I guess so. I just wanted a little recognition, you know?
Should we have? I mean, we have a day for everything else. Should there be an absentee Father's Day
Oh,
I'd
nice.
take advantage of that.
Yeah.
by being absent?
What do you feel shortchanged on Father's Day?
He's used to it.
I'm used to it. Yeah, I'm used to it. It's fine.
Hmm.
I did get texts from my boys, so I felt good.
Oh,
That was
Wow.
nice.
They texted you. I called my dad on the way to the field. They didn't even call you.
Well, I mean,
I called my dad that night.
You waited until
you
the
know,
night?
the children, they text in.
Well, I thought he was going to come. Well, first of all, he was doing church stuff in the morning. And then I thought he was going to come to the ballpark and he didn't. And so then I just called him on my way home.
Oh.
Or no, when I got home when we were eating dinner. Said Happy Father's Day.
He didn't show up at the ballpark for you?
Mm-mm.
Absentee Father's
But
Day.
then he showed up the next day and I still had his card. I said, you want me to give you the card now or later? Because he came over for dinner with my mom. And so I gave it to him later. We got an email about Matt. Colin in White Plains.
Oh,
Ask 10 New Yorkers what the Mall of America was, and you'll get 10 blank stares. Ask 10 people anywhere in the U.S. about the Sistine Chapel, and most will know about it.
whoa.
There was another comment that
Wait,
pointed
wait.
out that Matt is Catholic, so he should definitely know
that is
about
a
this.
tougher
Okay,
look.
but hold on.
Yeah,
you,
but it's not in the Bible.
you really think if you asked 10 New Yorkers about the Mall of America, none of them
Nah,
would know?
Definitely a few.
That
of them
can't
would
be
know.
right.
Surely you know
No.
10 New Yorkers, right? Ask them.
Oh, there you go, Happer.
Yeah, I'll text all my cousins.
Yeah, do that right now, actually.
All right.
I
Make
mean,
a group
New
chat.
Yorkers might be very self-centered
I'm
and
walking in.
not realizing, where
Yeah.
other places are, but they have heard of things.
Yeah, everybody's
go to
heard of the Mall
Broadway.
of America.
Well, apparently not.
I don't
His
know.
name is
I
Austin.
don't know about everybody, but you're not going to go 0 for 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
4 for 10, maybe 40%.
All right, that's our goal next year, going to the Big East tournament. I'll walk around and
Get a
Tiny microphone.
tiny
do a
microphone
TikTok.
with
Do
my
you
with
know
my no-
about the Mall
with
of
my
America?
nose plugged because it stinks. It smells of garbage.
Right.
You don't even have to wait for the Big East tournament, right? It feels like you're there all the time.
When's John going back to NYC?
Well, but when we go to
Oh, St. John's. It's so chilly though, Nick.
yeah,
Chilly.
we'll see whenever
Okay.
that is. Whenever
Okay,
that is,
I don't want
we'll
to think about
feel like
college
he's a-
basketball.
I feel like John goes to MSG like 3 times a year.
just twice,
twice now.
just 2 times.
Thanks a lot, Rick Pitino.
Yeah.
By the
'cause
way-
he's go
Well,
to
you wouldn't rather go to
Carnesecca.
Carnesecca. So
It's a dive.
Nice.
It is. It's the Houston Christian of basketball.
yes,
events.
great
Oh my gosh.
tweet, John.
Mhm.
Great
I
tweet.
just found that out today,
think-
by the way.
I think Sicko's committee did a whole map about that last season.
I
or
had
the
never
season
heard
before.
of this.
About
They,
the stadium at Houston Christian.
yeah, I think they specifically had different schools and their distance from a CVS pharmacy.
Probably in
And
honor
this one
of
was
that
like
one.
7 feet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's literally over the fence.
I think it was Sicko's. I've definitely seen it before. Like a
So if you
graphic.
don't know what we're talking about, Nebraska's opponent.
Yeah.
In week 2,
They
Three.
play them.
3.
Last
in
game of the
week
non-con.
3,
do we want to call
the-
him an opponent?
the mighty Houston Christian Huskies.
The game will count, Nick.
Their stadium is basically like a high school stadium where there's bleachers on one side of the field. And on the opposite side of the field, the visitor's side, in plain view of everybody, is a CVS pharmacy.
That's amazing.
You literally could go through the drive-through and be at the 50-yard line of the Houston Christian football game.
Is Houston Christian in the new college football video game?
They're an FCS school.
Damn.
I'm sure you can make a team of them or something.
Well, I was curious if
Make
they
a
would have
convenience store.
if they would have like modeled that, but
I'm sure when
FCS.
they come out with next year's version, which includes the Big Ten schedule pack, it'll be in.
Well,
Oh.
back when you could see Old Father Hall, they'd have Old Father Hall on the video game. Remember when Memorial Stadium used to be tiny baby
when you
Memorial
could,
Stadium?
yeah, because who was it the president of the university that the office was at the top on that corner, so you
Yes.
could look into the stadium. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the students would turn around and chant, "Old Father, Old Father."
Yeah.
God, what a weird time.
Wait, the president had offices up there?
Somebody had
maybe
a
it was Harv.
comment.
Maybe it was Harvey Perlman had a. What was he? What was his
that-
chancellor?
No, theirs was in the administration building.
Well, somebody had an office.
There was
up-
there was a
It's probably
quote
like-
though. I know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
okay. I'm sure they
Yeah.
rigged something up when you could see into the stadium. And
Wow, look at that. It's Old Father Hall.
It
Now
was
you
the-
can't see it anymore. It doesn't get you any good to go to the top of Old Father Hall.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Congrats.
Can't
Nobody
see
cares.
nothing.
No. Old Father Hall. Wow. I always felt like it was the windiest on campus over by Old Father.
it was.
It was so windy.
It's a
was.
weird old building.
Yeah.
Just a really odd of its time building.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it was built in the 60s.
Yeah.
It's like
Definitely.
the one modern building that there was for the longest time.
A very 60s building.
Yeah.
Super
Modern
60s
meaning
sports.
more update than the buildings that were built in the 40s.
Laszlo says CWS should do a Sistine Chapel theme night next year, then a Mall of America the following game, and see which one gets more
Well,
engagement.
we had country night last night.
Oh yeah, how did that go? I heard you guys talking about this on the radio.
Why do they always do country?
I don't know.
Because it's
John.
baseball fans,
So
John.
Well, we had country
Oh,
night
yeah.
plus kids run the bases, which was very awkward considering the disaster that we saw in the
Yeah.
baseball.
I mean,
Oh,
you
no,
literally,
disaster.
you literally had sad Arkansas players milling about, walking around stunned, while little kids are like,
I want to go running the
Oh my
bases.
god.
Yeah.
It was
That's
bad.
awful.
"Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine if you were an Arkansas family and you had little kids, and the gimmick to get them to go to the game and to sit down and to behave was, hey, you'll get to go run the bases after the game,
And you're feeling pretty good.
and then that happens,
5-3.
and then the little 5-year-old who has no concept whatsoever what just happened is like,
Mom, I want to go run the bases.
and
There you
mom
go.
is like, we're going home. No! Can't believe Aloy didn't go to second.
Oh my god.
I have a conspiracy theory. Jimmy Allen hat.
Okay.
So when the 8 teams, when we knew who was coming to Omaha,
Yeah.
I bet that they specifically made it so that game would be Westernite because they had a feeling that it was going to come down to LSU and Arkansas, and they're like, it'll play really well with these fan bases.
Well,
Country
I
and Western.
think, in fairness, they've done this in the past, and it's usually been around this time, or like late in the College World Series. So, I mean, I think it was more of a coincidence than on purpose. But I think the kids' night was supposed to be the night it rained,
Correct.
and so they rescheduled it. And
Bad times. Bad times.
imagine little
Good times with those little kids, though.
or a little 8-year-old Arkansas fan that did understand what was going on,
Oh,
running
man.
around the bases, going, ah!
Doing it while crying.
Recreating the.
Just got to get it all out.
Or stopping it short and going,
Why did you throw it to second?
Oh.
The end of that game.
Oh.
Some pain. Big time pain.
Yeah.
People liked your Jimmy Allen take there, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
They did?
No.
No, they hated it.
No.
that's all right.
But I feel like it makes sense. If you have a feeling that 2 Southern-based teams are going to make it, why not do a country night that night?
Jimmy tweeted, good take.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Well done, Jimmy. That's funny.
Well, I mean,
Oh.
the odds of hitting a Southern team in the College World Series is pretty good.
Yeah, that's true.
But he's saying that they knew. It was
They knew.
specifically. And
I'm
they
not-
let it happen.
They're never
Let it
going to have to
happen.
worry about Northwestern playing Illinois in the
Right.
College World
I'm not-
Series.
We got to get these guys.
I'm not saying that it was like I said they had a pretty good
Scumbags.
idea that it was going to happen because it's LSU and Arkansas. Of course,
Sure.
it's gonna be them.
Sure. But it was kind of, I mean, all it was the D. Wayne and the other
D. Wayne had a hell of a shirt.
dressed up as cowboys, and then you had the dancers who weren't really country dancers.
There were
were
so many dancers. I don't know where
Yeah.
they got them all, and they all
Dancers?
Had they all
Yeah,
had
they
the
were like,
same
it was
coach.
like a dance team, but they weren't dressed
They
like.
would, inning by inning, they would just fling them out of the tunnels, and they would do dances.
Yeah.
But there was 4 different groups of them, or
What
they were
on
all the
earth?
same group dancing
Yeah,
4 times.
I
I
never
don't know.
understood it. I just
Was
didn't-
it
I didn't
line
get it.
dancing at least? I didn't have a good angle.
No, it was like a baton and it was a group of
Yeah.
like high school girls.
Oh,
Yeah.
Interesting.
It was-
Nick, how was the board? How was the new iPad board?
it wasn't actually an iPad. I was told it was an iPad, but
Yeah,
then
when I walked
there,
in, I was like, that's not an iPad.
no, it was just a computer screen. I liked it.
How was it?
I had to get through the first game.
Yeah.
Then after that, I was good.
Yeah,
I liked it.
It worked fine. Everything worked really well, I think.
Yeah.
I thought
it
it
was great.
sounded
I
excellent.
could whisper in John's ear whenever I,
saw that.
wanted.
John was talking to you too.
Sweet nothings. Apparently,
It
it
was
sounded
very
like that.
Sometimes it depended on when you were trying to talk.
But I had no way of adjusting my own personal volume, so
Bummer.
I just kind of had to deal with it. They had to deal
I
with
mean,
it.
it
the first
worked
time
well.
Nick was like, I need illegal. I was like, whoa, geez.
So everybody hears it when you
Not
talk?
me
No.
on the field, just when I was upstairs.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what to do when illegal
I can make
happens.
everybody hear it if I press all 3 buttons at the same time.
Nice.
Happer would come to me. He'd whisper in my ear, "Hey, Nick, I got something," and I'd tell him back, "Okay."
Nice.
It definitely was better than the technology we were using last year. which was
100%.
Me texting everyone.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh.
And of course, because my phone and my computer never jibe 100% of the time, I'd get his text like 2 innings later.
That was great. I
I'd
like.
just be standing
Good.
there going like this.
I like
I'm
this.
ready to report now.
I like the setup a lot. It'd be like, Happy, you're taking it back. And he's like, okay. That all happened within
Awesome.
10 seconds.
You guys did a great job.
Baseball.
Baseball.
Mhm.
It was fun.
It was fun.
Mhm.
Dwayne writes on YouTube, college baseball fans and country music, something's not adding up. Get Nick Grimm on the case.
Something's got to be wrong here.
There's something amiss. I don't
Why are
get
they
it.
playing Dolly Parton? We must
Oh.
know.
How long do you think that rain delay playlist would have gone?
Oh, it's pretty long.
I mean, they still, after
It's-
the delay ended and we all went home, they were still ripping off rain songs.
Yeah. They've got, I bet they have multiple rain delay playlists.
There was a lot of songs.
Many songs.
So many songs.
I didn't hear Have You Ever Seen the Rain? Did they play that one?
Yes,
and I
they
just
did.
Well,
missed
because
it?
remember when
Yeah,
I
they
yelled
did.
Credence?
Yeah, I thought that was a different Credence song, though, about rain.
About rain?
There's a couple of them.
Okay, maybe.
Stibbs wants to know if there was any Conway Twitty. No, this may be the first College World Series in
Hello,
10 years
darling.
that didn't have any
It's
Conway
been
Twitty,
a
and we are
long
not
time.
happy about this.
I am actually disappointed. I like Conway.
That is very disappointing. And I think we're just going to have to start this thing over again.
The whole series?
That's right. Great idea, John.
Arkansas, Arizona, y'all come back.
Every game.
We're starting over.
You know, I had a lot of fun this year.
Baseball.
I was a little bummed, honestly, that Arkansas lost last
You
night.
wanted to play more.
Well, part of it, too, was we were going to have McGee on the show today. But now he's going to join us Sunday, so we'll still talk to him. But I was excited to see Ryan. And so my parents were going to come down and meet Ryan. So hopefully they can on Sunday.
Yeah, he's going to be really excited to get here, and there's no baseball.
That's not true, John, on Sunday.
No, today. He's getting here today, but there's no
See,
baseball.
for some reason, I thought he was getting here yesterday. So I
Yeah.
texted him. I was like, hey,
Wait, he's
welcome
just
to-
now getting here?
Yeah,
He's
he
usually
usually
here.
gets here for the very
Yeah,
end.
he's
okay.
usually.
Yeah,
here
he's
for
not
the-
a whole shebang.
He has
Like
a-
I
he's
saw
a-
him in the
he's a
middle
kind
of the deal last year.
He's kind of a big deal. Well,
He
he,
is a big deal.
because there's a lot going on. I think last year he timed his visit because there was the NASCAR race in Iowa the same weekend. So yeah, he's a very busy person.
He's a very big deal.
So when he was in town to do that awesome video, you were going to be in that, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
Then
But
you
your
broke your
arm
wrist
was
into
wobbly.
smithereens.
Yeah.
That stinks.
I mean, I probably wouldn't have said anything good enough to make the cut, but
Mm.
yeah, that's what he was interviewing for.
Yeah, when I saw that video, I was like, oh, my friend John was supposed to be in this.
I told Chattel I saw him in the video, and he was
did
like,
a great-
yeah, I don't watch those.
Yeah, he said the same
Tom
thing
did a
to me.
great job. That was a
He
great
did great.
video.
Yeah, he did a fantastic job.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Very good job.
Wow.
The College World Series.
And now it's
Oh, what a
almost
time.
over.
It basically is over.
Well,
Hmm.
you have to bake for a couple of days, and then
It's going to be
Do
so
you guys think I'm
hot.
going to die? Do you guys think I'm going to pass away?
I'm going to tell you something. God may have been doing me a favor when he made me trip over that lawn bag because he knew
wow.
it was going to be 119.
A broken arm, but your life saved.
God,
but
God
you
made
don't-
John not go to Ohio, Fayetteville, Arkansas, and he put me inside of an oven tomorrow. This is
I
not
wanted
good.
to go to Ohio, and I wanted to go to Fayetteville.
Well,
But now, Happer, you're going to do sidelines for the national
I'm very
championship.
excited. But what if I die?
You're going to get to talk to a
Then
coach
you'll-
or player who
then-
won the Natty.
Then you'll trend.
Oh,
That's
Happer,
true.
think about the memes.
Radio sideline reporter blows up.
I
during
can't-
middle
I can't wait to see the awful announcing story. Let's get Greg Olson to comment on this guy because they love Greg
Here's
Olson
the pitch,
over
and
there.
then it'd be one of those deals where it's like the high center field camera, and all of a sudden, it's taking a look over the ballpark, and all of a sudden you see this little flash in the crowd. It's like, what was that? And then they realize, oh, that's the moment that Connor Happer ignited, and
It was like
burst
the
into
submersible.
You're going to get smushed by the sun.
Which also happened during the College World Series.
Yes, it did.
It did.
A lot of
Submersible. Great. I mean, think of the great tragedies that have happened in the College World Series. 2 years ago, or was it last year?
2 years ago was the
Willie Mays died.
submersible.
Willie Mays died last year.
Oh, wow.
Submersible 2 years ago. About 8-9 years ago, James
I was going
Gandolfini
to say,
died.
I remember in
TD
the,
Ameritragedy.
TD Ameritragedy.
I was producing the College World Series, and like how Nick would retweet random crap over the last few days, I was reading the James Gandolfini obit from Alan Sepinwall, and then I was like, oh, commercial break time.
Wow. Okay. Thank you, Josh.
Do what I can.
Yes.
Mhm.
A lot
It
of
does. It seems like a tragedy. So, and we haven't had one yet. So,
True.
unless Arkansas considers what happened last night a
Oh,
tragedy, but
yeah.
this is outside of
It
baseball.
was a tragedy for them.
I've seen a lot of people talk about wet bulb temperature this weekend.
Oh yeah, I never know what that means. Just like I don't know what
Yeah.
dew levels
Dew
are.
point.
I
Don't
think
know what
it's-
Isn't
any
it
of
the
these.
same? The wet bulb and
No,
the
the
dew?
wet bulb's different from the dew
What
point.
is a wet bulb?
Is it
It's
humidity?
A measure of the heat stress in direct sunlight, which takes into account temperature, humidity, wind speed, sun angle, and cloud cover.
Just
Just
say
a
it's
heat
hot.
index.
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't we
It
just call
differs from the heat index, which takes into consideration temperature and humidity and is calculated for shady areas.
Really?
Wait, heat index is
the heat
for
index
shady
is for
areas?
shade?
Yes.
That doesn't make any sense.
Are you
Yeah.
saying that weather.gov is wrong?
Well, I'm saying, yeah, if this is the case, then I love wet bulb.
I think wet bulb is the dangerous one.
Well, you won't when you're outside in it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's the more accurate thing. If I don't,
That'll be the report, right in the middle of the report. Let's go down to Connor Happer. Hey, you know the difference between wet bulb and heat?
That could be your day
Perfect.
one report. By the way, one of the announcers who will be up in the booth happens to be listening right now and says, please
hello, Scott Graham. How you doing?
good to hear from you,
Scott.
Scott. He says, please let Connor know he cannot come upstairs to get cool. Sorry.
okay.
Not allowed upstairs.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Where might I go?
That's so cool.
Get
that
a
Scott
neck
Graham-
fan.
I'm Scott Graham.
That's all you need, just a neck fan.
I don't want to have a neck fan.
Then you're going to combust.
I see these people wear those things.
that can't do anything. There's
It looks
no
like
way
they
that
have
could help.
headphones on.
Yeah.
Don't like.
Do me a favor. So tomorrow you're doing the car wash, right?
Mhm.
Just for giggles. When you introduce yourself to Scott Graham and he says something to you and you hear his voice for the first time, say, Chunky Soup.
Is this a reference to something?
Yeah, he's the voice of the Chunky Soup commercials.
Oh,
Yeah.
is he?
That's how
used
I
to
know you,
Yeah.
Chunky Soup.
Oh, I've heard your voice on the Verizon
Fortunately,
commercials
I've
on
met
NFL
Scott.
Sundays.
That too.
But I'll meet
Mm.
him again tomorrow.
Wow, Otson says many of our coworkers donned the neck fans this week.
I have one of those.
Do you?
It's
Sid
no
says
way
he's
it
a
can
fan.
help.
it's okay.
He says, I think I want one.
It doesn't. I don't see. I wore it once. The problem is the when you really want to wear it is when you know you're going to be out for a while, and the only time you're really outside, when it's really hot, is if you're doing something.
Yeah.
And I don't know
Like if you're
it's-
mowing, would it be
or
good for mowing?
mowing, or like going for a walk or whatever,
Or going to a baseball game in 100-degree
I
temperatures?
think it would work better if you're seated,
Okay.
or you're not moving around. But if you're like out walking or doing something like that,
Mm.
I wouldn't recommend it.
I will be seated and there won't be much airflow for most of the time.
I'll look for you on TV.
But I don't want a neck fan. I just don't feel like I'll just sweat it.
Maybe
Sweat it
bring
out.
like a spritz bottle with you. Just spritz your face.
No, there's a
Like
lot
Michael
of areas
Scott
in
in
the
The
ballpark
Office.
where I can take cover from just not upstairs anymore.
Not
Well,
upstairs.
just watch out for the wet bulb.
Because Scott Graham doesn't want you up there.
Exactly.
It's
I'm
funny.
Scott Graham.
So you said the Chunky Soup thing, and it made me realize when I think of Chunky Soup commercials, I just think of Donovan McNabb.
Same.
Nice.
But yeah, Scott was doing the commercials.
Mhm.
Donovan McNabb's refills with chunky soup.
I think I remember kids saying Donovan McNabb, and then it was him with his mom. It's like, I got Chunky Soup.
Fun fact for you, Nick. At first, for those commercials, it was an actress, but then McNabb got his actual mom.
That wasn't his real mom at
At
first.
first, it wasn't.
They're just gonna lie to me like that.
They were
That
like
played
this.
on the Disney Channel.
I don't. Wow. But yeah, it turned into his real mom.
they were advertising Chunky Soup on the Disney Channel.
Yeah, because how do we sell soup to kids? Donovan McNabb.
Sam says maybe you should shave your beard, nice and comfy, clean shaven face.
smooth happer.
Ooh.
Smooth as eggs.
That is a bad idea, guys. You
But
guys don't want that.
It'd be a little cooler for
Especially
you.
if I'm going to be anywhere near a camera. Something like that. Nobody wants
You
to
will
see.
show up on ESPN.
Yeah, you will. You'll be on ESPN.
No.
In the background.
I cannot be
You'll
on
definitely
ESPN.
be on ESPN when that little flame shows go up in smoke.
And I don't want to do that beardless.
Jackie can have the TV on and point to Sophie. That's your dada. You know him.
Yeah, she won't recognize me if I don't have a beard, though.
That's true. She'll be frightened.
Or
Well,
she'll
does
be
she-
like, "Oh
does she
my god, you
recognize
look like
now,
me."
though. I mean,
Barely. It takes some acclimation time.
Who's that guy?
Really have to convince her. It's
Mhm.
okay.
it's okay. It's fine.
It's just me. I do live here.
Hmm.
Sometimes.
Yeah, I would. I mean, if you were ever going to shave the beard, it's you want to do it early, because once she like gets to the point where she like recognizes you and you're communicating more, it will be very shocking. Like I still remember the first time I saw a picture of my dad without a beard, and it was like, whoa. I figured he was born with the damn thing.
Whoa.
And then I saw it and it was like, oh my God. But when I was a little kid, he had the beard by that time. So
maybe I'll try and show her a picture of me without a beard.
Just to make sure she gets used to it.
Yeah.
That's not a bad idea.
Trainer.
There was one time when I was a kid, my dad always had a mustache until one specific point that he just straight up shaved it, and he picked me up from my grandparents' house one day, and I wasn't sure if that was actually my dad.
Started crying.
Like, who are you?
That's interesting. You guys all remember these instances.
I do.
Start crying.
I'll note that.
Yeah, my dad's always had facial hair. Beard for a while, then a goatee. Now he's back to the beard.
My dad started alternating between 5 o'clock shadow and smooth shaven after that. He hasn't had a mustache in years.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yours is getting good.
Thank you.
Nice and thick.
Thank you. Got a bushy stash.
You proud of him yet?
Bushy?
Well,
Mushy. Gary said mushy on the broadcast.
I heard. I was listening to it.
I mean, he does.
I listened to a lot of you guys.
Happer said cautiously subscribe.
Nice.
Yeah.
So I didn't hear that. I listened to a lot of you guys in the first games of the day. I heard very little of the second games of the day.
Wow.
Gee, I wonder why.
Yeah. Though I always would on nights where it was cloudy, I would turn on the radio at 6:05 just to make sure that the game started as I was on my way home, because I really would have hated to have to turn around. And last night, when John said first pitch, I go, awesome. Podcast time.
What was he laughing about over the first pitch last night? There was a couple of them where we didn't even get the first pitch in because Farron had said something stupid.
Yeah, so last night they were talking about country, and John said something about country western. It was 2 nights ago where Farron said something, and John couldn't stop laughing.
It was like, you can't knock wood, because they were talking about Gage Wood.
I had mentioned Gage Wood, and
it wasn't even that good of a joke.
It was a really good joke.
It
was a really good
But that was
joke.
Loopy Day, right?
It was
Loopy
that
Day.
was Loopy Day. He said you can't. They couldn't knock on wood.
I was laughing really hard.
Couldn't get a knock on wood, and I was like, "Are you?"
You were like, "Did you save that one or something like that?" Yeah, that
he
was good stuff.
Trying so hard just to get through that read.
That
we
was
just
funny.
need the first pitch, John.
That was funny.
I need to write this down.
Yeah,
you guys are fun.
Loopy Day was Tuesday. Yeah.
I hope he's having a good time. His wife is coming to town. They're going to go see relatives.
Wife,
because he's from this area. Well, not
Sue.
he's from
Iowa. Yeah.
But he's
Iowa.
got family up in Sioux City, and
God's country.
He was
as I call
regaling us with stories about having to go to Sioux City or up in that area.
Yeah, I never
Now he's
never
gone,
stop
never to return.
I never stop in Sioux City. I always go through Sioux City.
We built Sioux City. Do you remember that?
You have to. You're from Northwest Iowa.
Do you remember that? Do you
West
remember that? They
Central
played
Iowa.
it on the.
We built Sioux City.
We built Sioux City.
They did a parody.
It's a horrible
Who did?
YouTube
City.
video.
Oh, the city.
Oh,
did?
like a
Oh,
tourism
no.
thing?
It was awful.
Yeah.
They used to play it on this show.
I
There might be a
don't
drop
remember.
in there somewhere.
I
Honestly,
don't remember that.
Probably not Neil Delude it, but it was funny at one
I
point. in
don't
time.
remember that.
built Sioux City. We built Sioux City.
There's still a bad YouTube video out there. It
Mm.
exists.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
The
guess
best-
what?
Uh-oh.
No way.
Uh-oh. Hit
Sioux
it.
City's a fantastic community. It's a welcoming community. It's got a can-do attitude. It's got a great work ethic. But what makes Sioux City a great place is the way it was built.
We built Sioux City.
Oh, no.
We built Sioux City on rock and
Oh, no.
Sioux City.
Oh, God.
we built Sioux City on rock and roll.
Oh, yeah.
How bad is that?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
They didn't even do
Just
their
find
own
a
jingle.
karaoke version on YouTube.
Or have someone make the song instead
Yeah.
of just cutting in with really bad edits.
Sioux City. There's a billion ways they could have done that differently and better.
Oh, my God. What's the other one?
It was just that, without the intro.
We built Sioux City on rock.
Candace says kind of
save
slaps. NGL.
Save that for next week when Farron's on.
Okay. For sure.
Awesome.
You'll enjoy that.
Oh, yeah.
So
Oh,
good.
and also save the John Higgins weather guard jingle.
The home of the roofer.
He
Barry-
came out and he was
loves
doing that.
He got
jingle.
addicted.
Yeah.
He loves it so
It's
much.
addicting.
That and the zone commercial became my
God.
famous thing. Happers,
Unbelievable.
wherever we be, we will.
I can't say a sentence. It's exemplified in the promo that's played 500 times.
Barron's still trying to figure out Gary's line about the Ford truck and the RAV4.
Yeah, right. Gary had like a take, and then yours is weird, and then John and I are talking about how handsome our listeners are.
Yeah, that was
smart.
normal. That was the most normal one.
You're welcome. I picked that one
Thank
out for
you,
us.
Nick.
Very weird.
I don't understand Gary's thing because a Toyota RAV4 is a good car.
Well, I don't think that's what it's implicated.
Nebraska is built like a Ford Pinto.
He's saying Nebraska's built like built strong, but they're acting like they're weak.
Oh, I think they're built like if one thing goes wrong, they explode like you will.
Could we do
Sou
at
City!
least 3 different versions next year so it doesn't the same
Great
one doesn't
Yeah,
play
we can do
all
that.
the
We can
time?
try to alternate it. The problem is
It's just one sentence.
So-
I must have put together one good sentence.
Or here's an idea: we do 3 different versions, one for each show, and then those rotate.
Can we
See,
record
now-
them right now?
And yes,
Please.
we
Go
would
ahead,
just
Connor.
have to.
Hit
we
F9.
can put that in a rotator.
Does it have to be a take or?
Say what you want to say.
No, it
Heather.
has to be an opinion.
You got 30 seconds. Go.
I can't believe that baseball is the greatest sport of all time.
No, you still got like 27 seconds.
No, I don't. No, I
No,
don't.
we're
I just
doing-
have the one sentence.
No,
That's
we're
it.
doing 3 different
Wherever
versions.
1620 the zone will be.
No, but John's
be.
idea is we have 3 separate commercials, and they're all 30 seconds for each of our shows. So you
I don't have that.
You don't
in
have 30
me.
seconds, and
Oh.
baseball's great.
I love baseball.
Tough luck for baseball.
Home runs, bunts, errors, walks,
This would be a great commercial if it aired during the College World Series.
strikeouts.
You know what? Let's just use that instead. Sir, Peter, if you're listening and you're on the console next year, sneak the Sioux City commercial in instead of the zone commercial during the pitching change.
Please do.
I will laugh my butt
incredible.
off. We built Sioux City.
Good work.
Plus, maybe we can get money from the city of Sioux City for that.
How old is that?
Oh,
Oh,
man.
long
I mean,
time.
it's the Kevin and Michael era. So we're going back to at least 12.
Yeah, I'm thinking like 08.
How many people from that voiced that
I think I
you
was
are
in
still
college.
alive?
Wow, Nick, jeez.
What? It's old.
Not that old.
They got kids in there.
2008 wasn't that long ago.
The upload is
For
from
people who were born in 2008 who are adults now.
May of 2010.
There you go.
Mhm.
I was just
May-
graduating high school.
312,000 views on YouTube.
They still
Wow.
used a 35-year-old song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And look at this. Oh my gosh. This looks like it was recorded in 1990. Look at
It
the
does
That's
graphics.
the
look very-
technology they had in Sioux City.
It looks like cable access.
So they're finally probably up to 2010 now in their technology.
right.
Oh,
they
no.
just got YouTube.
Sioux City just converted to digital. The poor analog signals.
They're going to do a great job.
Everyone has those conversion boxes now. Remember the conversion boxes?
I do remember the conversion boxes.
They literally had a CBS affiliate who was also the Fox affiliate.
What?
Yes, it was a 2 affiliate station. So they would run the CBS programming in prime time, and then they would run the Fox programming at like overnights.
So you better have a VCR to record
Wow.
it.
So
Lincoln
you,
has that.
you got soap operas in the
Well,
morning.
no.
and
This
then-
was the same. This is before sub channels. So this was the same. It was KMEG. It was the same station. And so if
And
like
it was
if there was a
both.
big sporting event, they would pick whichever network had the bigger sporting event,
Wow.
and they would have to run the other network stuff later in the day. It was weird. And that's Sioux City.
We built Sioux
We
City.
built Sioux City.
Nice.
I love it.
All right.
Happy New Year.
Baseball.
Happy
New Year!
Well, we need like the timestamp for like this time of year.
This is the day. This is quite a day.
I think they
Yeah.
could figure it out. Yeah.
And we're going to need this as the marker because this will be the last time Connor appears on the Best of Crossover because he's going to spontaneously combust
Implode.
Rip.
Yes.
on Saturday night.
Too bad you're not built like a Ford F-150.
Or a Toyota RAV4.
But he's built like a Ford
But
Pinto.
wherever you be, you will be.
What if? Okay,
we
so
need that
so
drop. We need
stupid.
that drop.
What
please.
if the
Josh, come on.
What if the promo was just every show doing a different variation of wherever you be, we be?
That would be pretty good too.
Hey,
3
Josh,
times
you're
in a row.
wherever our feet are forever.
We be.
We're here.
Good to be back.
Yeah. See you guys never. I'll be dead.
Oh, Connor, see you later. That's the
Bye.
crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha. You know, when this weather gets nasty hot and the concrete's going to eventually crack and expand and do all that nasty stuff, you're going to need good concrete repair.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
everlevelconcrete.com.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
So, anything else happen? I
Let's see.
really don't know.
We didn't talk about Florida winning the Stanley Cup. And apparently a national Fox Sports radio show was getting mad that people won't call them a dynasty before they won.
What?
Yeah.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Can I have the remote, please?
My team is on.
The Rockies are going for 4 in a row, John.
Fine, I don't care.
Oh, thanks.
You can't catch Nick?
No,
Nick,
I threw it short.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Didn't know what to expect.
So I put
threw
it
short.
I put it right here because it does not stay up on the TV anymore.
Right.
Nick, if you ever need it, it's right around the computer.
Oh, I
It's right
see.
here.
Okay.
I see.
Yeah.
Wow.
But it looks like it's working good for
It's
Nick.
working great.
That's awesome.
Okay, that's nice. Yeah, go ahead. Watch your stupid team.
Thank you, John.
Welcome to the Grum. It's brought to you by Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people. It's good to be back in studio. Ish.
Yeah, well, let's get our damn sign up,
Yeah,
Nick.
all you people.
Go get it.
And
I
do
want it
mean,
right now.
And I do mean you people who were, when I was broadcasting from home, it was like, where's all the Husker stuff? Well, there's nothing now.
No.
There's nothing. There's nothing behind me.
First
there's nothing behind Josh.
First they came for the wall of random, but this is a bridge too far.
Now it's just a gray wall.
Yeah, it sucks.
We might as
More
well
of
be
an-
broadcasting from my prison cell at the top of CHI Health Center.
Wow.
I don't know if I'd call it gray. It's like an off-white.
That's great, Nick. What are you talking about?
It's not really gray.
Wow, it's so dirty.
Still waiting. Still waiting.
It's good to be back.
It is good to be back.
We're
though.
back.
Mm-hmm.
Good to have you with us
Boys are back
here
in
today.
town.
And it's good to have back the OG Grum Down.
Home of the rooferees.
It's a rock on.
It sure is.
Brought to you by the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Whoa, there is a topic on here that might trigger people.
Arkansas. Oh no, disaster.
What a bad
It
idea.
was rough.
Is Dave Van Horn Osborne without the titles?
That's a fun question. Or depressing.
Game 6 tonight. Will Halliburton play? Should he?
Look at that. Hoops. Hoops.
What fun gestures are you going to make? He's already done that one, though.
Well, now it's ow.
Yeah.
I have a strain.
Robin Washut of HuskerOnline.com. A new friend of the Grum, Mark Jaren
Yeah, who's this?
from LSU Radio.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. That
Here to
explains
cover
it.
the College World Series, and
We met him.
is
up at the thing.
a friend of the Grum.
Well, he will be. I don't
Well-
know him yet.
Well,
I will be the
he's-
judge.
He's listened.
Yeah.
He's
Oh,
listened.
really?
He's a, yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
well, then
He-
I like him.
He heard my takes on Florida State and thought they were very funny.
Wait, so that means he disagrees with me. We'll see about this, Mark.
He's a cool guy.
If that is his real name.
I don't care.
Oh!
I've got some good ones.
I don't care.
Nice.
I've got some good ones today.
Nice. I have one.
I
Does
forgot
it
was
matter who the Husker voice is?
Whoa.
That's the one that might trigger people. That's one that might trigger people.
The New York Yankees, the Stanley Cup, Rule, and Baby Gronk.
Yikes.
Oh no, disaster!
Oh, wow. 2 oh no disasters. A second oh no disaster.
I hated
has
all
hit
of
the
those
Grum down.
combinations of words.
Whoa, Nick. Rule?
I hate that they're all together.
Yeah, but I mean, it's Rule and Baby Gronk together.
Yeah.
And we are back, folks.
Folks,
good to be here.
Guess who just got back?
We are back, folks.
And we will be. Except for vacations over the next couple of months.
Yep.
That's true.
Yep.
But we're here.
But that is the Grum Down presented by the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Stibbs writes, Mark Jaren sounds like a fake name for a disguised Mark Farron.
Mark Farron.
Well, who's Mark Farron?
Yeah,
Well, did he write Mike Farron?
no, he
No, he wrote Mike Farron. Sorry.
That
I
is
was just-
actually pretty funny.
It is really
It
funny.
is funny. Mark Jaren's how it does.
Hey, you're not even in Sioux
It's
City.
just Mike Farron wearing the Groucho glasses. Hey, guys, I'm Mark.
That would be hilarious.
Well, I found out recently that Travis Hunter has a brother named Travis Hunter.
Oh, dear
What?
God,
They
no.
added a
it doesn't.
Y.
Oh,
Travis
no.
Hunter. Yeah. Learn this at that. So you missed this event, but they had that camp a couple of weeks ago. You remember that camp? And Travis was here.
7-on-7?
The very one, Nick. Yeah, there was a guy named Travis Hunter. Travis's
Interesting.
brother.
Jeez.
Mm-hmm. So, you know what?
Was it Mike Tyson that named all of his kids like the same name? Or who was that guy that named all of his kids like the same name?
George Foreman.
George Foreman. That's right.
What did he name his
kids? All his male kids were George, and his female kids were Georgina.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Easy to remember.
I suppose Travis and Travis is kind of I guess they would have been born, around 2000-ish, is the modern equivalent to when my parents named me John and my brother Jeff.
Pretty close.
So.
Pretty close. Or what if you were John and he was John, but without the H?
Or he was Jan.
Cancel H.
John and Johan.
That'd be really confusing because my uncle John doesn't have the H. So there'd been a lot of confusion.
Wow, that would be. Is it John without the H or John with the H? Which one?
I was supposed to be named Michael.
But that's your middle name.
Because my namesakes are both Vietnam veterans who were killed in the war. And it was originally supposed to be Michael John. But because I had a cousin, Michael, who was a couple years older than me.
They flipped it?
They flipped it so there wouldn't be any confusion.
Fascinating.
So I could have been Michael instead of John.
You do seem more like a John than a Michael, though. You just got a John vibe.
It could have been Michael and Michael. Unsportsmanlike conduct with Michael and Michael.
That would have been fun.
Uh-huh.
One spells his name with an A-E.
Oh,
the other one spells his with an apostrophe.
Not the odd couple.
But hey, do you know what this means? Let's go down this rabbit hole a little farther. Jack is not Jack. If you are Michael.
That's true.
He would go by John on the radio.
Oh, my
That's true.
God.
It's wild hanging out with Jack when his family is around because they all call him John. Like I have spent time with Jack while his mom is there and she's like, "Hey, John." And I'm like, this is so strange.
So
I call him Jack.
Johnny is on our softball team, but his jersey says Jack Jr. on the back of it. It's incredible.
That's awesome.
It's a good bit.
James wants to know, John, were you going to be named Michael with or without the apostrophe?
No, I would have been the traditional spelling.
No apostrophe.
How funny would it have been if it would have had the apostrophe, then they both met each other?
That would have been funny. Yeah, but Michael's only is that way because...
Do you know the story, Nick?
I don't.
It's a really funny story.
Yeah, it had something to do with...
a girl wrote it that way, and he thought she was cute, and so he just kind of started doing it.
That's incredible.
Yeah. Wow. Nick is... Oh, wow. Oh, hey, John, the game's about over, so we can watch the Cubs.
It's Michael Tolia.
Well, the Cubs are getting destroyed right now, so we can watch
Michael Tolia just hit that RBI.
Mm.
I love Michael Tolia. I bought his jersey when I was at Coors. And then he got sent down. But now he's back. And he's hitting dogs.
Matt says, I have two friends who are brothers, and they're named Brock and Brett. Their older brother's name is Bradley.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can't really knock the Hunter family for going Travis and Travis.
One of my best friends, him and his wife, their names start with J's, and their children's names all start with J's. I think that's more of a happenstance, like they got married, and it was like, oh, this would be a fun thing.
Well, my parents both start with an E.
Oh, but
Ed and Elaine.
My cousin, her and her husband, she's Courtney, he's Cody, both with K's.
Cody.
And they just had their daughter.
Spano?
And no. They just had their daughter, and they named her something with a K.
Yeah.
It's
Cody Spano started with a K. What if Nick was friends with Cody Spano?
I don't think Cody Spano started with a K, did it?
Are you sure?
And the fact that Cody Spano's name just got mentioned in this show was, I guess it was with a K.
Who's Cody Spano?
Played for Nebraska, Nick. Duh.
Some 18th string quarterback that, because he was a quarterback and he committed, everyone was like, Cody Spano. Because
he was like a 4-star.
We were all excited. Kurt Dukes,
and he actually was the next Kurt Dukes.
Yep.
But for the wrong reasons. At least he wasn't the next Harrison Beck.
I still wonder if that dude still has his Kurt Dukes jersey.
Oh, man.
The one I always ran into walking the sidelines at Memorial Stadium.
I hope so.
He had the dirt, and it wasn't with the proper nameplate. It was like time.
Oh, the font was wrong?
Yeah, like a Times New Roman or
Can't do that.
Or a New Wide Latin, and it said Dukes.
Remember the Tennessee jerseys from that era? Like when they played Nebraska, and some of those names were like stretched out.
Yes.
And then some of them were really skinny.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got to get the right font.
Oh, Kurt Dukes is
God.
going to be the next best thing, man.
Got to get the right font.
Not really. Not really. All right, so there's the Grum Down. If you want to reach us, 402-951-1620. Does the thing still work?
It does. It does.
I
Like
hope
this, J. Todd texts in, we used wet bulb in the military. That's the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline, John.
I mean, wet bulb, I'm assuming it's the concept of it has been around for a very long time, but it's only been referenced in the mainstream recently.
Really?
I mean,
I think it's a relatively
heat
new
index.
thing.
Heat index was always the thing.
It was
back in our
probably
day.
been in your runner circles for a while because that's a pretty major thing.
Oh,
but,
what would 110 be in runner's temperatures?
John, like dead. Bye-bye. You're
like
dying.
Like
Connor
Connor
combustion.
combustion.
Probably like 140.
Okay.
That's what I'd say.
We also have the J-Tech instructions on Twitter page at USC 1620.
Oh, yeah.
And the Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personal and answer the phone on the first ring.
Awesome.
So, last night.
Pain.
It was rough.
It will stick with me forever.
Yeah?
It will stick with me forever.
It was haunting.
We'll discuss and have a whole lot more as we continue. Great to be back in our studios today here at 50th and Capitol on 1620 The Zone.
Bake. Old world skill and experience.
You should.
Sou City.
You know.
Sou City.
Yeah.
We need to see if you can get that to an MP3 and email it to Farron, and he could play it for his wife, because his wife has never been to this part of the country.
Oh wow!
Because she's
an East Coaster, right?
Yeah, she was. She's like a military brat. So, but she spent a lot of time in populated areas.
Okay.
And he could just play that on his phone, like as a phone
I can literally do that right now. I
Perfect.
just need an email for him.
Yeah, send it to him. He'll like that.
That's awesome.
Welcome to the Grum. I said as we were going to break, last night is one of those moments that's just going to stay with me, because the confluence of events and the kaleidoscope of emotions. I mean, it truly is the reason why sports is so great, and it's the best reality television that exists, or reality, just entertainment that exists, because the possibilities are endless. Sure, many a baseball game is going to end with a ground out or a walk-off or a fly ball out. A football game is going to end when the clock strikes 0. Maybe there will be an occasional Hail Mary, blah, 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 blah. But how last night transpired, really, and the crazy thing is the last inning overshadowed as Washington just walked off the Rockies. See? The Nationals, the putrid Nationals.
Damn it, James Wood!
Just hit a 428-foot home run and walked off the Rockies.
They knocked on wood.
They knocked on wood.
Nice. All right, John, restart. Let's do this all over again.
But the idea is the kaleidoscope of emotion.
Yeah.
Is something I don't think I've ever experienced before. I mean, I've been around big events.
Mm-hmm.
And sure,
We've seen crazy endings.
When Arkansas lost in 18, obviously there was a lot of devastation. We don't have to watch that.
We're going to watch it, Joe.
No, let's watch the Yankee game.
Oh, we're watching this now.
No, we're watching the Yankee game. Watch the Yankee game.
Let's watch the Yankee game, Nick.
Continue.
But I've been, like when Creighton lost in the Elite Eight on the controversial call. I mean, you see the celebration, the confetti's falling, the Jays are distraught. But last night was different.
How come?
It was so different. Well, let's go back and relive a little bit of what happened. So we've combined the video last night from ESPN and the audio from our radio calls last night. Here are the different...
The 3 plays, right?
These are really the 3 plays. These are the 3 plays that defined the bottom of the 9th inning. The decision not to go for the double play, the Charles Davelin slipping as he came out of his break trying to catch the line drive, and, of course, the walk-off hit. Hit on the ground to short. Aloy is going to go to third instead and get the lead runner there. He was not going to try to start the double play. Instead, he went to third and got the force out there.
I felt like it was hit hard enough that he had a chance at 2. Milam didn't get out of the box real well. Boy, he had a chance absolutely to turn a double play there and just took the safe route to get the lead runner.
Tying runs on base, the 1-0 pitch. Swung on, hit in the air, to left field, falling down, and it got away! It got away! The LSU's going to tie it! Coming home and scoring is Milam! We're tied at 5! Davelin got a late break. Then in a moment of indecision, tried to dive at the ball. It kicked away into the corner, and somehow LSU has tied the game. What happened?
I think Chuck Davelin slipped.
He did. He slipped, and then he tried to fall and make the catch, and it ricocheted away.
I mean, that ball, it must have hit him on the left shoulder right above his glove, because it caromed all the way into the corner. I mean, it was basically straight away left center field. What a disastrous play for Arkansas.
Here's the 2-1. Line drive, off the glove, into center field. Here comes Hernandez, and he'll score, and the Tigers win it. A line drive off the leaping glove And all the way out in center field, LSU celebrates a walk-off 6-5 victory. The Tigers are going to the finals. A stunner in Omaha. And another devastating heartbreak for the Arkansas Razorbacks at Charles Schwab Field. And we didn't even mention, the play that started the rally, and that was the error. There was the ground ball at first, and the first baseman, Robinette, had to go a long way to his right, throw back across his body to a pitcher covering, and it was a wild throw. It allowed the first one to reach. Otherwise, there could have been 2 outs from the jump. But just everything that took place. And then you think about the history of Arkansas, and you go back to 2018. Man, did I see the memes all over internet, last night and this morning of the side-by-side of Davelin slipping and falling, and the triangle play where the ball hits in foul territory that would have been the last out of the 2018 national championship. Arkansas would have won. And so you have that. And then you go to the reaction afterwards. Certainly, Arkansas is distraught. LSU's running. They're chasing down Bear Jones, who had the game-winning hit, and all that other stuff. But when things kind of settled down, and LSU started to drift back to the dugout, the Arkansas team, I've never seen a team last that long on the field as that team did. First thing they did was, in mass, they went out to left field to console Charles Davelin, the left fielder, and trying to lift his spirits. You had some trying to console Vahiva Aloy, who was the shortstop who decided to go to third. And then eventually they had their team huddle, because usually after every game, big team huddle out on the field.
Yeah. And this is their last one of the season.
And there's the last one of the season. It lasted a little while. And then Dave Van Horn broke it up, or he ended it, and he walked away by himself. And most of the team just stayed out there. Not really, it didn't appear as if they were talking to each other. Some of them were consoling each other. Some of them were hugging each other. Others were just kind of standing there in stunned silence. And then at one point, Jay Johnson, the LSU coach, walked out and started consoling some of the players. And so you had that whole scene. Fast forward a little bit, broadcast is done. We're wrapping up. We're packing up. Farron comes back upstairs. He went down to do some post-game for Sirius and just talked about how kind of surreal it was, how even talking to the winning players, how it was kind of subdued. We went down on the elevator when we left the ballpark, and we ran into a big group outside the elevator. It was a bunch of LSU people, and Jay Johnson was in the middle of the huddle. And you would think after a moment like that, let's just pretend for argument's sake it was a normal walk-off. There would have been hooting and hollering, music playing, backslapping, all of this stuff. And yet, I didn't say anything to Coach Johnson, but I could hear him talking, and you could just hear in his voice how there was still this element of, I don't know what's happening here. I'm still processing what's happened here. And you combine all of that together, it's a moment that will stay with me forever because of all of the ingredients that went into this bizarre cake of how it transpired, how it was reacted to emotionally, what was at stake, what the history was. It was absolutely incredible. And I'm still trying to piece together everything that happened.
Well, the thing that I was thinking of as you started talking was, sometimes you make a bet and the game is unfolding in a specific way and you think, ooh, I'm going to win. How am I going to spend this money, right? And you should never spend money that you do not have yet. But sometimes that's happened to me over the years as a sports fan. And I think about that in terms of the reaction from the Arkansas players. Not that they didn't know that there was still stuff to happen at the end of the game, right? Like there's still outs to get. You still have to get them. But I know I was watching the game, especially after the runs that they just scored to go back up by 2. Well, actually go back up by 3, right? Go back up by 3 runs?
They went up by 2. 5-3.
That's right, yeah. And so I'm thinking about those runs. And then I'm thinking about the players, like they had to be feeling, all right, they tied the game up and then we just went back up. Let's get a few more outs here and we're good. And everything just, changed in an absolute instant in a way that, you only see in sports and in particular in baseball, because of you might be down by 3 scores, but 3 scores can be one swing at bat. You can't get 3 touchdowns on one play, but you can get 3 runs on one play.
Correct.
And so for all of those things to happen, and I think you described it really well a moment ago, there's the double play that never was, but there's the error before that. And then there's the play in the outfield. And then even I don't think that he was going to be able to catch that ball. It seemed like it was screaming at him just a little too high on the last run of the game. But even that play, it's like, how many conversations are their fans having today of, well, what if this one goes our way? What if this one goes? And even there to the last
Think
one.
about this. If Cam Kojal doesn't tip that ball, it gets to Justin Thomas faster.
And then they probably hold him at
and
third.
He's charging.
Yeah.
And I think they had already sent.
So you think he's going?
But there would have been at least a shot at the plate.
Whereas there wasn't.
But as soon as the ball got tipped,
game. You knew it.
The momentum died, and it was over. There was no way that they were going to get him. So all of those things, and it had to happen just right for everything to transpire like it did. And of course, we talk about it all the time in sports, curses and, demons and, all of this stuff. And if you're Arkansas right now, and you're thinking about everything that's gone down, you have to wonder, are we cursed?
Are we ever going to win one of these things?
Are we cursed?
Because they played some really inspired baseball throughout much of last night. And so for just a few things now, they all happened almost in a row.
Yeah.
And I wonder, what's the thing that they think back on most? Is it the not turn double play? Is it the play in left field?
And and we didn't mention this, but the decision to pitch to Bear Jones. They had first base open. They could have walked him and then, gone to, I'm trying to remember who hit 6th. But they could have walked him.
Yeah.
Because
want me to go get my scorebook?
He just hit the home run. But all of those things.
Max says, top 5 sporting event I've ever been to. The energy, the stakes. It was so tense in the stadium and electric when the scores happened. Just incredible. The last 4 innings were pure chaos, in particular the last 2.
It's got to be such an energy shift for the team. Roller coaster going from the no-hitter to that game last night.
Yeah, and then they were the better team throughout much of the night. And they had to just be feeling awesome.
Yeah.
And then everything goes sideways.
Well, they were basically everybody's pick throughout the entire event, too.
Yeah, I thought they were going to win last night. And I was feeling good the whole game. I'm like, sweet. Right. And we're getting another game tomorrow.
And I know a lot of folks, and it's still baffling to me that a Vahiva Aloy, the SEC Player of the Year, a surefire first-round draft pick, instantly, without hesitation, threw to third base.
Yeah.
Because, and I know everything's happening real quick in real time, and there's always hindsight, but that run that was erased at third base is meaningless. Because that run would have made it 5-4.
The runner in scoring position is still there at second.
Right, but if you go to second first,
then it's corners.
Right,
at the very least.
Even if you don't get the double play, right, the tying run is still at first base.
They were talking about it on the Happer Show. Do you think he didn't know the outs? Because if it's 0 outs,
I'm sure he knew the outs.
Is that the smarter play?
I'm sure he knew the outs.
Because it's wild. Again,
had to.
If you want the guy out at second, because they just traded. You don't have a runner at third, but man, you'd rather have corners than first and second.
Right. And it's always instinctual.
Yeah.
And when you're a middle infielder, you're always thinking double play, double play, double play, double play. And this is a really good defense.
And he got it so fast that they were going to get the second.
As soon as the ball was hit, I thought, oh my God, here it is, double play. And then when he turned to third base, I was like, whoa, he went there? And you don't see that. I'm trying to remember the last time I wrote down a 6-5 force out at third base in a scorebook. I've seen it.
Yeah.
But usually it happens when the ball is hit deep in the hole at short and all your momentum is taking it that way, and you're like, all right, I'm going to take the easy out here because there's no way I can turn to. But this ball was hit right to him.
Yeah, I think
in a perfect spot.
I think you included one of the replays, either you or I saw it on SportsCenter last night, but there's one where it's from basically behind the first base dugout. And so you have kind of this great view of the whole infield.
Yeah, it was part of our
I was going to
deal.
say. And that one is the one where every time I watch it, I'm like, oh, man, he for sure would have gotten him at second.
Right.
And they would have had a real nice chance.
And then, and I saw other Arkansas people opining. I mean, remember the lead that Arkansas blew in the NCAA tournament? They had the 12-point lead.
Oh, yeah.
And blew it in like the last 4 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're an Arkansas fan, and I know you and Jack are doing your whole groin kick thing right now, Arkansas fan is probably saying, hold my beers.
Now, is this true? Andrew says, I read something last night online. Did Arkansas really build their campus on top of a Cherokee burial ground? LOL would explain a lot.
That seems like some online.
Nick, you like
not real
college
thing.
baseball and sicko-related behavior?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I really don't know.
Tough.
I mean, Arkansas has one. I mean, Jared Jones has a ring, for crying out loud.
And 40 Minutes of Hell back in the 90s?
Right. So it's like it's not like this school has never won a title before.
But man, to care this much about baseball and to, again, come up just short. And you had the stat a couple nights ago. And so now LSU moves to 17-5 in the last 22 games.
There's no definitive evidence of that.
No definitive evidence. All right. Good reporting, Nick.
Yeah, it will stay with me forever.
And then you know what? And not to turn ahead too fast, but LSU wins in that kind of fashion. And now they have a baseball game to play. You know, I thought you guys had a great conversation after the no-hitter where it was like, yeah, but they can't really celebrate like you normally would because you got a baseball game to worry about. And so when teams win conference championships or conference finals, whatever it is, the series before the series in such emotional fashion, I'm always interested to see how they come out. And, Coastal Carolina played earlier. They are on this insane hot streak right now. And so does LSU just keep on riding this, or is there a bit of a hangover that we see from them on Saturday that's like noticeable because they're going to have a couple extra days, right? So they'll be okay.
I would say no. First off, Jay Johnson last night mentioned that he's the happiest guy on earth that they're not playing a game tonight.
Oh, God, yeah.
Because now, theoretically, they should be good to go with their top two pitchers, just as Coastal Carolina is ready to go with their top two pitchers. So they'll have their best arms ready for two of the games of the finals. That probably wouldn't have been the case if they played tonight. And there's something about it. I don't know what it is, but there's something about it. This is LSU. This is a program that's won 7 titles.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of bred into their DNA that this is what we do. And so the moment rarely gets too big.
Sure.
It doesn't make them impervious. It doesn't mean they win all the time.
They're here all the time.
But
they're so used to it.
But a game like last night isn't going to be one of those where it's like, you dwell on it.
Yeah.
And you're too. And again, I think the emotional response last night after the initial rush on the field was so, I don't want to say muted, but at least it felt more downplayed than a typical response when you walked off a rival to advance in a tournament.
Sure.
It was different. And it will. The whole experience will stay with me forever.
Sam writes,
it was incredible.
John, after the 1994 Orange Bowl, did you have a we'll never win, can't believe we have to start over again, or were they such underdogs that it was different?
See, that's different. And now, granted, I wasn't broadcasting. I wasn't at the Orange Bowl. I wasn't around the team in the moment. But, and I can only speak for how I felt, but I got the sense from others as well. Because that night, Nebraska won while losing. Because remember that the reputation of Nebraska before that night was, oh, yeah, they win the Big 8. But when they get to the bowl game, Miami and Florida State run them off the field.
Because they had gotten run off the field.
And Nebraska played Florida State toe-to-toe. And in many people's opinion, were the better team that night. And so the vibe that I had, and I think the vibe that was kind of evident around here, even before the whole unfinished business, the marketing campaign got behind it, I felt that the feeling around here was, see, we showed them something and we're going to get back. And so I didn't feel like there was this defeatist mentality. Also, there were some controversial plays in that game that went against Nebraska. There wasn't really any controversial plays last night. Arkansas can't point back and say, well, that umpire's call screwed us, or, so it was different.
Yeah. And on top of that, too, like, that was Nebraska's first time on that kind of stage in years, right?
Honestly, probably a better comparison would have been probably in the late 80s.
Yeah.
When, after the 84 Orange Bowl, when, Nebraska gets beat by at what that time was an up-and-coming Miami. And the feeling probably in that era.
It was like they missed their window.
Yeah, in that era is probably closer to the feeling tonight. But again, Nebraska didn't lose on a fluke. And again, the confluence of elements in the same stadium.
Yeah.
And happening so close together.
Well, and too, and we're at the end of the segment, but the Dave Van Horn of it all, that we're wondering how much time does he have left,
right?
And there's the famous video of him and Ed Service, and we had Colin Wilson from the Action Network on because he's a huge Arkansas fan, and he was in town for the first game that they played against LSU. And before we talked football, we talked about Dave Van Horn, and we asked him if they win it all, is he done? And he said absolutely. He thought that he was going to retire. And so, like, that's all hanging over all of this. And you thought, all right, at the very least, they're going to have one more night. And that's again, they thought that they were going to play tonight. And now their season's done.
Speaking of Dave Van Horn, we have some video from his postgame last night. And this is, again, another reason why last night's going to stick with me. Normally, after the very last game that I do, or at least these preliminary games, I kind of decompress and, get away from baseball. But the first thing I wanted to do was go back and watch the press conference.
Yeah.
And it was an inspiring press conference, in my opinion. We'll get to some of that. I'll be curious to hear what Mark has to say. Mark Jaren, our new friend of the Grum, who's from LSU Radio, kind of get the other perspective.
Yeah, sure.
The other side of it. Because I did see or hear the LSU booth call, and it was what you would have expected, Yeah. LSU wins, down goes Arkansas, you beat a rival.
Mm-hmm.
Go Tigers.
It will be fascinating to get the other perspective on this as well. LSU and Coastal Carolina this weekend. Connor's going to spontaneously combust. And we'll be back after this on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back. 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, 1620 The Zone, the app, 1620 The Zone. I feel like we're Spaceballs again. Spaceballs the movie, Spaceballs the placemat, Spaceballs the...
How about they're doing a Spaceballs too?
I just pray that Mel Brooks is still around to be able to finish that film.
He's old.
He's 98.
Yeah, he's old.
Still sounds great.
They need to call it The Search for More Money. That was the joke from the original.
I'm sure it will be. I'm sure it will
I should
be.
rewatch that movie. It's been many
We should do it for Movie Club.
It was I saw the last 30 minutes of it. It was on HBO.
Is it funny?
It's
on
so
Max.
funny.
It's on Max.
Yeah, it was on HBO. Yeah, it was
I
the
see
only.
Schwartz is as big as mine.
It was the only thing as I was staying in Omaha all week. When I would get home, I'd be like, maybe there's, because they had like 7 or 8 HBO channels on. I thought, man, there might be something going on HBO. There was nothing good.
It's like,
except for
it's
the
just
last.
boobs again. Let me see Spaceballs.
No, it wasn't even that.
I want to see balls in space.
It wasn't even that. It wasn't even that.
Spaceballs has like 5 or 6 of my favorite jokes in a movie, all in one movie.
Well, maybe you could pick it. What's our movie this week? I still haven't watched it.
The
one with Tom Hardy on Netflix.
Havoc.
Havoc. Watch Havoc.
I haven't watched it either. So guess what we're all doing tonight?
Wow.
Watching Havoc.
But
We're
it's
watching
the NBA
Havoc.
Finals, John. What about the NBA Finals?
I mean, does it really matter? If Halliburton's not even close to being healthy enough?
Yeah. They better make it interesting earlier. I'm done with that.
This is game 6, so it's in Indiana, right?
Yes.
I asked Paige, or Paige asked me what the movie was.
Your fiance?
Yes, I'm engaged.
Were you about
now.
to roast John?
I'm not going to roast John, but she looked it up. We usually watch the movies together.
Yeah.
And
Did she say I'm good?
She looked a little bit and she said, "Oh no."
Oh wow.
Why did she say, "Oh no"?
But then she's like, "At least Tom Hardy's in it. That's something to."
That
look
was
at.
Kent's reaction. Kent's reaction was, "Oh," right? Didn't he say something like that? Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's the only.
So I think
the only reason I picked it was because it was new, it was on Netflix, and I saw Tom
it was
Hardy
in the top 10.
and I saw Tom Hardy, and I've been watching Mobland.
Oh yeah,
I think
which is very good.
I think Luis Guzman is in this movie, which he's
Guzman?
funny. Guzman. I like him a lot.
Okay, so that's our move for tomorrow.
Havoc.
That's my turn. I don't think I'll
Spaceballs?
pick. No, I think I'll hold that for you. You can do Spaceballs.
Oh, I'm gonna pick it, and then it's gonna get taken off of Max.
Probably.
I'm still gonna pick it.
Okay. Hopefully it remains.
Hopefully it remains.
I have
the
it
good
on
news is
Blu-ray.
I've seen it enough times. I can.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it in years, so I'll have to rewatch it.
I can recite much of it.
I think I have it on Blu-ray. I'll just loan it to you.
Sam, who hates that Movie Club is on Fridays at 4:00.
Oh, Sam, come on!
You guys should just delay Movie Club to Monday at 3 so you can watch the finals. Sam, we can't talk about a movie at 3 on a Monday.
Also, I'm not gonna not watch a movie in favor of the NBA Finals.
Yeah, Nick definitely doesn't care about that.
Yeah, again, the finals are probably over anyway.
Yeah.
Which is too bad. I've been rooting for Indiana.
I began this series.
I call them Indianapolis or Indiana.
I did not care, and I have very much found myself rooting for the Pacers. Very much found myself rooting.
But
for
the funny
Pacers.
thing is, the Thunder have never won it.
Too.
Yeah, I know, but
And
but the Supersonics.
Well, that's the thing is they
Supersonics.
stole the Supersonics away from Seattle.
They did. Plus, I have very much not enjoyed how they play sometimes. The foul baiting, SGA, the steps, the push off, the lack of calls by the officials. Not for me.
I mean, Jordan used to get those all the
My
time.
favorite player, Kobe Bryant, never tried to draw fouls. He just worked hard.
No, he never tried to draw fouls.
I'm just a victim of the online Pacers like propaganda and finals. Like that's my exposure.
The
to it.
Haliban?
But
That's what they call it.
that's incredible. I did not know
I
that.
didn't know that.
There
but
are
that's funny.
memes.
That's
But
funny.
between how animated Halliburton is and
Not anymore
The-
with this strain.
fair, and the fact that they just keep finding a way to just keep winning out of nowhere,
It's pretty funny.
that's incredible to me. But also, Caitlin Clark supports them.
But also Caitlin Clark.
My goat and your goat.
So you're like one of those girls who roots for the Chiefs because Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift.
You are a teenage girl.
Yes.
Yes, I am.
Unreal.
Mhm.
Go Pacers.
Good Lord.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
I mean, the other two things are the real reason. Caitlin Clark is just like, oh, cool.
Yeah, but
Halliburton's really fun.
that's something I haven't missed this week is all the takes on that.
You should do a Michael and mute Caitlin or Clark.
Well, I
or
don't
both.
dislike her.
But then you won't see any takes.
That's true.
No takes.
That's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
I might have to. Sorry, Caitlin. I got nothing against you.
But we're not
But
going
it's
to talk.
just the hot take industrial complex that's formed around you.
So we're not going to talk about Sophie Cunningham helping her after another player tried to gouge her eyes out.
Nope. We're not.
No.
Unless you put that in content later as a
No.
surprise for us.
Maybe I will.
Though it
Please
is
don't.
funny. I mean, everyone talks about, more people are watching. I guarantee you, I guarantee you, if Caitlin Clark decided, yeah, I'm not going to play anymore, all the interest.
Well, I'm not a TV ratings guy, famously, but I saw that the game that she was out because of the injury still got like 2 million viewers.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, but because she's around.
Because she's on the bench, people were watching.
She's there,
But-
and that she's in the sport. But if she decided, I'm done playing, interest will sink.
Is it possible
I
that she
promise
put
you.
a spotlight on it, but then now that enough people have watched it because of her, they've gotten their own other favorite players, so then they're just
Probably.
it's just snowballing?
We literally saw, I don't remember who the player is, but someone was walking around the stadium. This was right after we saw you at the Village.
Oh, what a great day.
Someone was walking with one of the Sparks players' jerseys on. A guy.
Yeah.
A middle-aged guy wearing...
Middle-aged man can't wear a
No, I'm just saying.
WNBA jersey?
But I'm emphasizing that for the effect.
Mm-hmm.
Emphasizing that for the effect.
Stibbs writes, now that you say it, Nick's sports fandom is very much like a teenage girl.
Yep.
And he also adds, I muted her name years ago, same as John. I don't hate her, but the takes are just so annoying.
They are.
Mm.
Well, let's take a quick call and we'll get to Robin Washut
Excellent.
in just a moment. Here is Dan. Hi, Dan. Dan, if you want to text, if you want to text your take to Josh, go ahead because he doesn't like taking calls.
Hey, John, I got a question for you. We were in left field last night during that the inning. And was there any, in your mind, you might have answered this question about going from a third to first double play instead of a second to first double play? Is it shorter throw to third, maybe more time to get the ball back to first than a second to first double play? I think there was some intentions of that. What do you think?
I highly doubt it. I mean, again,
that's dangerous.
It is dangerous. And remember, the throw across the diamond. Thanks, Dan, for the call. The throw from third to first is a longer throw.
Yeah,
than it is from second. And it's just natural.
Second to first every time.
The second to first double play is the most common and natural double play for a middle infielder to either start or turn.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just think, I mean, maybe your theory, Josh, about not knowing the outs, but it would stun me.
Or he just had a brain fart.
I think either a brain.
And I guess maybe those are, two sides of the same coin, but a brain fart in terms of, wait a second, we didn't need to get the out at third base. That didn't do anything.
Right.
It got you an out, yes, but
it was maybe a brain fart's the best thing.
Yeah.
Vahiva Loy was supposed to be on the podium. I saw his card was there, but he was not there.
Yeah.
Don't know reason why. Maybe just honestly the moment. As much as Davlin was feeling incredibly down, I have a feeling that Aloy, based on his reputation, is probably feeling it as hard, if not harder, than Davlin is in left field.
Well, it was interesting because after the game, Scott Van Pelt was on, and they brought Kyle on, and they spent more time talking about that decision than the misplay. So
right.
I
because
think that's fair.
The misplay is, well, I call it a misplay. It's understandable. He slipped. He slipped out of his break.
Yeah.
And it threw everything off.
Correct.
And the ball was hit hard.
And
it was
that
hit right at
happens.
him, and it was a sinking line drive.
You can't control a slip, but you can
Right.
control a decision.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Davlin did not make a decision to slip. He just slipped.
Yeah.
It'd be wild if he did make that decision, though. I'm just going to
I'm
slip
going to
here.
slip.
Cool.
Robin Washut coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Now wait a minute, y'all. This dance ain't for everybody. Only the sexy people. All you fly mothers, get on out there and dance.
Robin Washut.
Blissful ignorance, I think it could be an advantage here.
Robin Washut.
Yeah, I'm a ball guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely huge. The hot take.
Wash it. Wash it's good. Wash it.
Yeah, Washut's real good.
Wash it. Wash it's good. Wash it.
Yeah, Washut's real good.
The sounds of normalcy.
Mm.
Robin Washut of HuskerOnline.com. Hello, Robin.
Hello. Glad we could talk this week.
Yeah. We didn't know if we were playing a game or not. We're not playing any games today.
Yeah. Sure, Arkansas is not glad that we're talking right now.
Oh, they're very upset. They're very upset.
Were you watching last night, Robin?
Yeah, I didn't watch the whole thing. I tuned in like right for the good part.
Oh boy.
And that finish was like I was talking about, like the just whole dynamic of the emotions of that ending was as like polarizing as I can remember. Like just the contrast between the joy of LSU and all the fans that were there, and then just the pure pain and agony for Arkansas and the continuation of their Omaha curse. Like that was pure theater in every sense of the word.
I was, because it's interesting because Robin, you're not a baseball guy.
Nope.
And so this is usually not something you tune into, but from your perspective, just how you took it in, I mean, it's going to stay with me for a long time, just how everything worked, but I was also there. I'm curious how this has landed with you.
Yeah. So to be clear, I do enjoy baseball. I don't have a favorite team.
Right.
I don't get invested in a lot of the Major League and whatnot, but that was like my sport growing up. Like that was the one thing.
Okay.
That
I didn't know
good at
that.
Playing. So,
okay.
so I've always had an appreciation and an understanding of baseball. So like I'll watch and like that game, like I said, I agree with you. Like that's going to stick with me for a while, just because of just the emotions involved with it and how crazy that finish was. And then not just the game, but the scene afterwards, just like the total, 180 between one end of the field to the other, where like parents were coming down from the stands to console their sons, like from Arkansas, while it was like a, overjoyous celebration on the LSU side. They took over Omaha and, did their LSU thing. Like that is like everything that the College World Series is supposed to be about. And, again, I think that you and me and everybody else that watched that game, that's not going to be soon forgotten.
Yeah, Robin, I mean, it really is the personification of the thrill of agony and the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat.
Yeah.
Like that game, it perhaps is that more than, any baseball games I can remember, perhaps since the last time Arkansas had a big moment where they could have won and picked up something important.
Yeah. Poor Dave Van Horn. I feel bad for him.
Yeah, indeed.
And you think about it, because let's face it, we all do this. We all try to link things back to something we can relate to. And a lot of people around here can relate to, the groin kicks and the harsh, memories of what has happened. And, I've always looked at it this way, that Arkansas and Nebraska are really kindred spirits. I mean, when it comes to their programs, when it comes to their fans, it's just one maybe talks with a bit of a different accent, but the people, the people and the passion behind it are generally the same. Has that been your impression of Arkansas?
Yeah. And so I don't have a lot of firsthand experience with Arkansas. I've never been to Fayetteville. I don't know a lot about it, but just from the outside looking in, I can see some similarities. They, from a football standpoint, they're in the conversation in the SEC, but they never had the success Nebraska football did. But at the same time, they've done a lot of other things athletically that Nebraska hasn't. So like they're kind of one of those schools that I agree with you. Like from a cultural standpoint, it's probably a little bit different, but there are plenty of parallels when you look at those two respective athletic departments and just kind of the ups and downs that they've gone through. And I think then this is the Van Horn connection. I mean, I think that there's always, like, for me, like, I've always kind of had a soft spot for Arkansas baseball because of Dave Van Horn, and there's a Nebraska connection there. I'm sure there's plenty of other people that feel the same way. So, like, watching that game, like, I like LSU baseball. Like, when I was a kid, they were in it every year at CWS, and so I was kind of gravitated towards them. So it was cool to see them win, but at the same time, like, the way that Arkansas lost yet again in that fashion, like, you couldn't help but just ache for them, just to have to go through that once again, and then maybe this one being the worst one yet.
Robin, I believe this is the first time we've had a chance to talk since the rule changes were proposed or actually came down to the men's game in college basketball. I wonder what your takeaways are. And like John and I have jokingly debated about quarters for years. Like, what type of feedback do you think that they are going to get about that? Because it seems like whenever I talk about it, you're either in my boat, which is I want this to happen, they should do this, or you're in John's, and that's I just don't really care. And so I wonder if it's going to be like that within coaching circles too.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't had a lot of talks yet with actual basketball people, like coaches and whatnot, about the shift to the quarter system. And honestly, I don't know. I haven't formulated a strong enough opinion to take a stance one way or the other. Like, I'm kind of a traditionalist by nature, so like, the idea of shaking it up, like, I'm, a little hesitant towards it. But then I hear people that, around, okay, just for example, like the women's game, like the college women's game, and they talk about the quarter system and how it really actually maybe helps things with the flow of the game. And you look at it as having more stoppages, but it doesn't. It actually helps speed things up a little bit. So I haven't drawn a line in the sand on that one just yet, but it seems weird to me that every other level of basketball goes by quarters except for men's college basketball. And so, like, maybe this is kind of one of those Alamo situations where they finally give in and follow everybody else. But I don't know. I don't have enough firsthand experience at the college level with the quarter system to say one way or the other whether it's good or bad. But I will say I'm a lot more receptive to it than maybe I initially was. Like, at first I looked at it like, all right, great, more stoppages, this is all right, more commercial time, all that sort of thing. But then, like, talking with guys like Connor, who are around the women's game a lot more than I am, and hearing them talk about it, I've kind of warmed up to the idea. So I'll look into it more as we kind of these discussions continue on. But if it happens, it wouldn't be something I'm like, shouting from the rafters against. I'd probably just learn to embrace it, just like with every significant change that seemingly happens by the day in college athletics.
That's kind of been my philosophy around it and I kind of parachute in and out of watching some women's college basketball. And I honestly, outside of the fact that you can see the clock on the screen and it says third quarter instead of second half or whatever, it never I don't watch a game and go, oh, wow, this flows so much better. I just have never gotten that feeling before. And so I'm like you. If it happens, it happens. It's not like I'm going to quit on the sport because of it. But
right.
I don't see this as being some revelation where it's going to, because you know what's going to happen.
TV timeouts are going to get longer.
Because it is, the men's game is the men's game. It's the revenue driver of basketball in college sports. They're going to find ways to shoehorn more stuff in there. And so it's still going to, the window of time is still going to be the same, if not longer.
Yeah. So, I'm kind of with you on that one. Like, in the end, it probably won't even change all that much. Like, the differences will probably be pretty slight, like you said, outside of what the scoreboard reads and maybe just how you measure the breaks. But, in the end, it probably won't be all that noticeable of a change. But again, I was a lot more kind of worried about it initially before I kind of learned more from people that have a lot more experience with the women's game that say it's really not that much of a difference.
Robin, moving to football, I don't know how much you have been engaged with the will they, won't they in terms of the college football playoff expansion, but there now seems to be a bit of a groundswell. And part of this is that the Big Ten and the SEC are not in agreement that it could actually stay at 12 for at least more than one more season and perhaps further into that. Like, Have you found yourself on one side of the argument or the other of kind of what you are hoping does or doesn't happen with the college football playoff?
Yeah, I'm not 16 kind of makes sense to me. And I was kind of on board with that, but I've noticed it as well that it seems to be backing off that a little bit because no one can figure out anything with the automatic bid situation. And I kind of understand that in the sense that, your two biggest players in this conversation are the most at odds with what should and shouldn't happen. And, they're playing by different rules. Like one league's playing 8 league games and the other's only playing 8. And, there's one that's demanding to have more automatic, qualifying spots. And then another one that says, we need to have it open to get even more than our guaranteed 4 spots. And it sounds like it's going to come down to, those two sides agreeing. And I don't know if that's going to happen. So what seemed to be kind of this, kind of natural progression towards a 16-team field seems like that's probably going to get shelved a little bit because no one can agree on anything anymore, especially the Big Ten and SEC, who are now seemingly at the most at odds with everything with this discussion of the future of the college landscape, the playoffs and beyond. Whether you're talking about signing dates or, the overall football calendar or all that sort of stuff. Like with those two leagues can't agree on things, nothing will ever get done. It'll kind of be like our current political system. So that is kind of the stalemate that we're in right now, to where I thought it was inevitable they were going to shift to 16 very quickly, but now it's probably going to be a few years down the line until someone can come up with something that can bridge the gap between what the Big Ten wants and what the SEC wants.
Honestly, what's going to happen is it will be a stalemate, and it will have a happy accident that keeps us where we are.
I'd love it if it stays at 12.
I would,
because they
too.
fixed the seating too, so it's like I'd be down with this moving forward.
And that's been my biggest argument is, hey, just let this breathe for a little bit and see how you like it for a couple of years before you feel the need to have to change it again.
Yeah, I'm the same way too. I like 16 just because I personally love the playoff format, and I think it creates just great TV and fan viewership and all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But if it stays at 12, I'm not going to be upset about it.
Right.
It's all right, cool. Well, let's let this thing play out. I think that there needs to be some changes within a 12-team field and how they do the seeding and all that sort of stuff. That's fine. We can cross that bridge. But eventually getting to 16, I think makes sense. But I'm not going to be up in arms if they stay at 12 and try to figure out how to make the 12-team field, work in the best way possible. So if it does stay at 12, then let's put all of our attention now towards, figuring out the most fair and equitable way to make the 12-team field work as the best way it can.
Robin Washut of HuskerOnline.com. Robin, enjoy the weekend as much as you can. I mean, it's going to be 175 out there.
Well,
so, yeah.
Toasty. Yeah.
I got all my lawn stuff done this morning.
Good move.
Because this was going to be the coolest day of the week left that we have. So,
for the best.
And it was hot.
Yeah, it was. It was.
All right, Robin, take care. Thank you.
Bye, Robin.
Yep, see it.
Robin Washut of HuskerOnline.com.
See, you go to 2.
No, he was safe.
You go to 2.
He was safe.
Go to 2. Yeah,
well, no, you're right. He went to 2, but you're safe.
Yeah, you missed it. There was a story that came out this morning, or no, yesterday, excuse me, last night from David Ubben and Ralph Russo. I read it this morning, though. And I'll read it. I
definitely missed it.
I bet you did. Changes to the CFP format no longer need unanimous approval of 11-member management committee. The SEC and Big Ten can shape the future without consensus from the group, but there remains some question about just how much power those conferences have to push through a format that has no support from the rest of the group, and whether it is advisable to do so. And here's a quote from somebody who is on the committee. They're obligated to come to an agreement on what the format is. So they'll determine that between the parties and then go from there. Well, if they're not in agreement, because I've been wondering, and I've been asking this question, John, of a variety of guests over the last few weeks, could the SEC just reach across the aisle and work with the ACC and the Big 12? Could they form their own voting bloc? And if I'm understanding these words correctly, the answer is no, that the Big Ten and SEC, no matter what, they have to come to an agreement. And so it's not percentage of power, it's those two conferences. So, like you said, happy accident. If we get stuck with 12 for the foreseeable future, dude, sign me up. I like the format. I think it'd be fun. Look at the Cubs. I think it'd be fun. And they fixed the seating. So the only thing that I'd want after that would just be more playoff games at home. But that will always be the thing that I want more of.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I really like the format. I think 12 teams is fun.
Well, and listen, last year, well, we can get into this after. We need to take a break. We'll come back. And plus that the Cubs are trying to come back against the slimy
I was like,
Brewers.
why is John grabbing the remote? And
Yeah,
then I
it's
was like, oh, I bet the Cubs did something.
We've turned it off and on from the Cubs game 3 different times.
Now, one of those
You
times
guys did.
That
I
was
haven't
me.
touched. This is the first time I've touched the remote.
Because John said, don't put the Cubs game
You don't
on.
have to. I mean, they were getting their butts
But
kicked.
now they're not.
Oh, Matt Shaw. Come on, Matt Shaw.
0 for 2 today.
Well, that happens in baseball.
I know. The Yankees went over to a lot
Sometimes
lately.
people go over too.
Swing and a miss.
But all it takes
Put your phone down.
All it takes is one big swing here
Man.
from Matt Shaw, and we'll have the lead.
Oh! Stibbs was right. He always said, put your phone down, and I made fun of him. Put your phone down and watch the damn game. You can watch a replay on TV.
Yes.
Put your phone down.
Yeah, you're never going to be able to
God.
You're never going to be able to capture anything.
You're steering through your phone. It's happening in front of you.
You're never going to be able to capture anything that isn't already captured. And besides, you got 18 other billion people that are, if you want fan reactions, you can get those from anybody.
There was a guy wearing a Grey Cup shirt in the stands, by the way.
I was distracted by the child.
The Grey Cup?
The Grey Cup.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
I was distracted by that child whose sunglasses were as big as his whole face.
Nice.
At some point, our new friend of the Grum.
Mike Perrin?
No, Mark Jaren.
Oh, my bad.
Mark Jaren.
Mike Farron with the mustache. Bummer.
Yeah, he popped up. Drop it, you moron.
I love the beginning of the show. John waxing very flowery about, that's tough. That's sports. And then this happens. I hate your whole family. Drop the damn ball.
I didn't say I hated his whole family,
but
I just hate the team he plays for.
It was funny to see the Brewers complain about Wrigley Field not having a roof, though. Oh, we're in a rain delay. This wouldn't happen in Milwaukee.
It wouldn't.
Yeah, because roofs over stadiums are stupid.
Make the right call.
Baseball is an outside sport.
It's an outdoor sport.
Baseball.
Take your domes and shove it. We'll be back after this on 1620 The Zone. New friend of the Grum, Mark Jaren of LSU Radio, going to join us here in just a little bit as soon as he arrives.
What's so funny?
Now I've got to find a picture of Farron and put a mustache on him and say it's our new guest, Mark Jaren.
Actually, I saw a van pull up. Go to the north side, Nick.
Okay.
All right, we'll take Nick out of the.
Or
out of the show.
actually, you might be able to just. Nah, I think they went to the north side.
All right.
Okay. Let me
Walk safe, Nick.
fade this out.
Yeah, walk safe.
Excellent work, Nick.
Excellent work indeed. Well done.
Yeah. Great production as always,
What
Nick
were you
Grimm.
going to say? Oh, you're going to like.
I could take a picture of Mike Farron and then put a fun mustache on him and say it's our guest, Mark
Canva.
Yeah. Oh, John. I was making great graphics. I made great graphics of you on Canva during the College World Series.
Yes, I saw
fun
them.
quotes that you said.
I saw them.
Very fun quotes. Very fun quotes.
I saw them.
All right, what you were going to say?
The only time you were paying attention was when I would say those things because it was like
that, and
you were
during
only there and you were sitting out in the freaking lunchroom or whatever.
I was right behind you. Yeah. That and when we listened to the ninth inning, I would always pay attention. You were about to say something about football, though, and so I'm very curious before Mr. Jaren comes in.
No, I was not going to say anything about football. I was going to talk about the college football playoff.
Oh, I mean, that's football.
Hey, it's Mark Jaren.
Ah, it's Mark Jaren. Wait, so it is Mike Farron?
Yes.
Oh, that's exciting. Wow. Well,
how did you not pick up on this?
When Stibbs made the joke, I was like, that's pretty
the
funny.
Best part is Stibbs made the joke, said Mark Jaren sounds like a fake name for Mike Farron.
And now Mike Farron is literally here. This is awesome. I thought he was going to Sioux City to see his wife or something.
Well, he is.
Oh, okay.
But not because she doesn't
really got the facts.
Nick, turn his mic on.
Yeah, turn his mic on, please.
What was that, Mark?
Did you really get the facts bollock stuff?
You're going to. So it's so funny too because I'd been thinking we should try to get Mike on the show tomorrow, and now we don't have to.
Tomorrow. I'm going to be going up to Sioux City.
You're going to go to Sioux City
with
my
wife.
wife.
She is not currently there.
Nice.
She will be in Omaha tonight. Later.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so cool.
Yeah, he had the day off.
Mark.
He invited himself on the show, actually.
I had nothing to do this afternoon. I did a radio show this morning, and so I was kind of confused as to what it was like to only work one job. So I figured I'd just come in and force Josh to talk baseball for a couple hours.
I have talked baseball for minutes at a time every day over the last week. Minutes at a time.
Mentioning when the pregame show starts doesn't count as talking baseball.
I had opinions on the double play that wasn't earlier. I had
good.
John said, wow, that's
here,
a good take, Josh.
Because I am here and we talked about it.
Yes.
Otherwise, if I hadn't been here today, I'm sure you would have said, yeah, did you see it, Arkansas game? No, I didn't. Let's talk about something
We talked about the no-hitter for like a half hour. But our show was only on for a half hour, so we talked about it the whole time.
That's great, man.
Yeah.
Mark, it's good to have you.
Hey, it's great to be here to represent.
I can't believe
Jaren Media.
Mike, I was Googling. I'm like, Mark Jaren LSU. There's some guy, professor from LSU who has a name similar that died a couple years ago. I'm like, RIP to that guy. Is this Mark
Do you think
Jaren?
this was going to be a seance?
I don't know. I didn't know what was happening.
I just told him Mark's not on the internet.
Yeah, he goes, he doesn't like the internet.
It's just I'm hidden quantity. Boy, your Cubs blew a lead today, huh?
We didn't. We had a.
They never had the
It was
lead.
a 2-1 lead.
It was 8-3.
No,
yeah,
they
8-3 Milwaukee.
Yeah,
Can't you read? It's 8-7 Cubs.
Okay.
Cubs never had 8 runs.
Wow, that's tough.
It's the Brewers that are trying to blow the lead.
Yeah, they'll be fine. I wore my Brewers hat today just for you, John.
I love how much
Oh
Mike
my
trolls you.
God! Why did you bring that with you?
Because I needed to wear a hat. It's hot
You've
out.
got 95 hats. Why did you
but
bring?
I only packed one.
Why did you bring
Because
that
I knew
one?
it would irritate you.
Yeah, he did it because of you.
Yeah, but you didn't know you were going to be here as Mark
Yeah, but I could have
Jaren.
worn it to the ballpark.
Well, yeah, you could have, and you probably would have, but you
Would've.
didn't.
I didn't.
But you didn't. So we were talking about this earlier. By the way, if you couldn't figure out, Mark Jaren is Mike
Farron. We all know.
Do you have to play the open so people know who I am? Is that the you have to play it every segment?
No, but we do have this. We're going to have to turn the mics off so we can hear it.
Okay.
You're going to the Siouxland area.
Oh, yes.
We found this in our deep, dark files.
Is this what Nick emailed me earlier today?
Yes.
Yes.
Hit it.
Sioux City. We built Sioux City on rock and roll.
Sioux City.
We built Sioux City on
It.
How bad is that?
Not what you want.
That's from like a what is it, 20-year-old? No, not even that
15-year-old tourism video that the city did.
And it looked like it was made,
It looks like
cable access.
Like that,
yeah, it looked like cable
Mike,
access.
it's 4x3 on YouTube. It's
I'm going to have to
awful.
find it now.
Yeah, we'll send it to you.
Yeah, we've got the MP3. We'll send it to you.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there's your new open.
Thank you.
We built
I
Sioux
appreciate
City.
that.
Either that or we'll play the jingle for the rooferys.
Home on the roofery.
It's very
Make the right
addictive.
call, Josh.
It's
Make
very
the right
addictive.
call.
So we were talking about this earlier. This game last night is going to stay with me forever because of everything. The emotion, the weird emotion, and tell us how it was down there on the field. Because after I saw you in the booth, we went down and left the ballpark, and it didn't have that feeling of, oh my, because we walked right past where the LSU dugout would have been, right past the media room. It did not have a vibe of, oh my God, we just walked off our rival. We're going to play for the national championship.
So a couple things. So I was talking to my buddy Jake Mintz from Yahoo last night, who after the game was over.
Is it Jake Mintz or was it Jack Mintz?
No, Jack Mintz. Jack Mintz. No, Jake Mintz went and sat down by the Arkansas dugout and just watched. And like you can see from there, it's like a straight line to the street. And he was like, just the reaction of the players, just stunned silence, tears, unsure of what's happening. I'm in the tunnel underneath because I had to do a post-game interview. And I saw Jay Johnson. I've known Jay for years, and Jay and I are pretty friendly. And I congratulated him. And I said, "Man, like I thought it was really classy that you went over to talk to the Arkansas kids." And he was like, "Man, he almost couldn't finish his thought, but he was getting at you hate to win a game that way." And I think it's specifically not the Robinette going for the ball that the second baseman should have fielded and then forcing a throwing error. Aloy throwing to the wrong base. I don't think that's what he was talking about. It's the Chuck Davalon play, right? Where he slips and falls, and then like somehow his glove doesn't hit the ball. It hits his shoulder or the side of his head or whatever and rolls into the corner. Like, I don't think any of us have seen that before.
No.
And I think that's the part that was heartbreaking for him. And watching Davalon's reaction, right? Who was just in tears, who was blaming himself for the loss at that point.
Yes.
And then the ball off Cam Koshel's glove. And Jay's aware enough to know that Cam is from here and that, this is the kid whose dad is on the grounds crew and all of that. And so I think that was, that was empathetic from Jay, somebody who understands. The conversation with the players after their press conference was pretty muted. And, those guys are excited. They got a chance to play for a national championship, but they also understood what happened out there. And that a lot of it, I'm not sure that they will ever be able to explain why it happened. They'll have the happy story of, you're not going to believe what happened in the ninth inning. Those Arkansas guys are going to, eventually it'll get better. It will get better at some point for all of them. They're going to, some of them are going to end up in pro ball and they're going to end up having great careers and they'll be willing to talk about it down the road. But for the next couple of days, these are the part that's painful is that these are 18, 19, 20, 21-year-old kids for the most part. And that's what you hate about it. If it's a pro athlete, you feel bad for a guy who slips and falls and costs his team a playoff game. I would feel bad for him, but it's a different level of empathy because they're kids.
Mike, you said empathy a couple of minutes ago. Can you remember that type of empathy from the winning team in your time covering sports or college baseball? It sounds just wild.
2 years ago when Tommy White hit the walk-off home run against Wake Forest after he
11th?
rounded the bases, he went to go console Cam Manassi, who gave up the home run, because Cam Manassi's his friend from growing up. These guys have played a lot more baseball together at this level than they did 25 years ago. Travel ball is ubiquitous, right? It's a huge part of the amateur baseball landscape. And so these guys on these teams have been friends for years or played against each other for years. And some of them have been teammates for Orlando Scorpions or for FTG or for any of these travel ball programs that are all across the country and, come through, play at these perfect game events. And they know each other. And so I do think that there is an added level of empathy. These guys love to compete, but these are their friends. It's not like, it's not like the 70s and 80s in Major League Baseball where everybody was on speed and they were just angry at each other all the time, right? And you didn't like a guy just because he wore the other uniform. These guys have known each other since they were little kids, since they were 10, 11, 12 years old. And so I don't think it's all that unusual. The Tommy White one really stands out to me because I remember that. Now, I don't remember another coach going over to console the other team.
Yeah. But this was different in that was a normal walk-off moment. Tie game, and there wasn't any weird flukiness. Certainly, a pitcher can feel bad for giving up a gopher ball, but it's natural. It happens.
Right.
The weirdness of last night with all of the weird things that had to take place, and then to see the kind of reaction.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, it was the mass reaction of LSU. Yes, initially they're running out on the field. They're chasing out Bear Jones. He's catch him in center field, pour the water, all that other stuff. But it's that muted reaction afterwards that you talked about. And I watched the press conference, later, and it was like, these guys don't sound like they're like, oh my God, we beat our rival. This is amazing.
Well, they're trying to be respectful of it.
And they are.
And I think, the other part is that, one, there's a lot of respect for the Arkansas team.
Sure.
But two, they know history. Jay Johnson knows the history, knows about the Arkansas Triangle. And, you guys have known DVH for years. You've known him, what?
1998.
Yeah. 25 years you've known Dave. And, Dave Van Horn is a really respected human being. And his emotions were raw after the game because he felt so bad for the kids. Not because Dave Van Horn wants to win a national championship. Don't get me wrong, but Dave Van Horn's legacy is safe with or without.
Yes,
right?
yes.
He wants it for the kids, and the kids want it for the coach because they know that he's one of the all-time greats. He's on that list with Mike Martin of the best coaches to make it to Omaha. However many times? 10 times he's been.
Yeah,
10 he's been here, and to have their two of their last 3 exits from here. Even in 22, they were up. They were 2-0.
Yes, remember? They were. Yes,
and
they
then
were.
lost 2 straight to Ole Miss. Just this recent history for Arkansas is heartbreaking. This maybe isn't quite the same as 2018, just because it's not the championship series, but it still is. Incredibly painful and even more bizarre somehow.
Yes, it is, because again, that was one play. This was several different plays that all I don't want to say conspired together to work against Arkansas, but for lack of a better term, that's what it was.
And the difference was, Chris Plank and I were talking about this on the Sirius XM post game last night. In 18, I was watching that game on TV, so I wasn't here for it. I was watching it, but it happened quickly. All of a sudden, the game is over, right? It's the foul pop comes in, and then Laurinach homers, and it's over.
Yeah,
and then they have to come back and pick themselves off the mat, right? This one was watching it unfold in slow motion, right? It was 1 out, throwing error, walk, double play ball, bad decision, out, liner, oh no, he slipped and fell. And all of those things conspiring, pitching change, pause, ball off Kojal's glove, all of that together made it all that much more excruciating. Because I never really felt like the momentum fully shifted. It wasn't like you felt like all of a sudden there's this surge and LSU was going to win the game. Maybe when Hernandez reached second, you were thinking that a little bit. But before that, there was no thought of it. The ball's hit to Davalon, the game is over. And then it just absolutely fell apart. It was so horrifying to watch, and horrifying is probably a bit extreme,
right?
But it was tough to watch because you felt so bad for those kids, especially since really the only miscue other than the Robinette error, which again, that was Mike Rooney and I were talking about that. He's the infield instructor of me was very mad. That's got to be the second baseman's ball, right? Which is true, right? He's ranging far off the base, but because the big gaff was something that Chuck Davalon couldn't.
He couldn't control it. He slipped.
It happens all the time. And then it just exploded. If he slips and pulls up short and plays it on one hop, at worst, it's a 1-run game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They're still up.
But he's got to play on it. And it just it's.
And I still have not seen a good replay of exactly
where it hits.
Where it hit. You said it might be the shoulder. It was definitely something hard.
Yeah.
Because
it wasn't his glove.
It took
been his head.
A sharp angle. Right towards a corner,
and that
right
poor
towards
kid,
a corner.
Distraught
to see all of the different, and there was a lot of media there, but the pictures and the videos of the teammates trying to console him, and just the anguish on his face. It was like, oh my God, this is gut wrenching.
Both Dave and Ryder Helfrich, their catcher, talk about how he was apologizing for it. And Helfrich saying, he's like, I was actually kind of ticked off that he was apologizing for it. He's like, because we're not here without him. He was one of their best players. Like, that guy's going high in the draft. Like, he's going to be in the second or third round. Like, he's a really good player. And him transferring in helped to transform their offense. He was their catalyst. Like, he's an extremely popular player with his teammates. He's a great kid by all accounts. And for that to happen and to watch those emotions, and then like, and like, it was heartwarming to see Arkansas's team like recognize that he was hurt, and they rushed out to comfort him, which is, I think, one of the things that's been really cool to watch in this evolution of college baseball in the last 5 years. Just how much these guys really care about each other, and how much that has changed in that they're trying to build this really unique experience that they're never going to have in pro ball. It's not the same in pro ball.
No,
that relationship is different in college. You're living with these guys like in a different way.
Mike, we played honestly like all the big highlights at the very start of the show, and in that you guys talked about the not turning two, not trying to turn two, going to third. You've had, what are we closing in on, about 20 hours to think about it. What is your theory on? Because we openly wondered, just kind of throwing out stuff. Did he forget the number of outs? I mean, mine is just he had a brain fart, and it was just, oh my gosh, what I
think he thought Stephen Milam was faster than he is.
Yeah,
I mean, Milam's kind of an average-ish runner, and he was going from he's a switch hitter going from the right side, so there's an extra second there, and I just don't think he knew the speed of the runner, and his thought was, it's not hit all that hard. Let's make sure we get an out. That would be my guess.
Yeah.
We didn't get a chance to talk to Vahiva after the game, so we don't know, which, college kids are protected a little bit more than the pros are, which I certainly understand. But I would like to know what it is, because it is possible he forgot how many outs there were and thought that was the easiest play. I mean, it would still be weird to go to third on that.
Yeah.
Because the natural instinct is always, there's a runner at first, I'm going to second.
Because it was a routine. It wasn't like he had to move so far to his right. Like, if that ball is towards the hole, you understand it, right? And then we're talking about, wow, what a heads-up play. He got that lead out.
Yep.
So I don't fully know. I don't have a great understanding of what happened that created that mess for him, that he thought that the play was to go to third. Now, listen, if they don't turn the double play, you're in the same situation, right? There's two on. The bigger issue is that with one out and a 2-run lead, that runner going from second to third doesn't matter. He shouldn't have even entered into his mind at all.
It should have been second. Yeah. Because that's the run that mattered.
Right. So you're trying to get that middle guy to at least keep the man at first. And I think, I thought in real time, I feel like after doing this long enough, you get a pretty good idea of how plays time, right?
Yes.
And I thought when the ball was hit, knowing what Milam is, that's going to be a double play. That's going to be a double play.
The angle from behind the first base dugout is the best.
The trolley cam,
it's the best one, because that's the one where every time I watch it, I'm like, oh man, he had the time.
He had plenty of time.
Definitely could have.
He's out by a step or two.
Yeah.
I mean,
and then you're good as long as you get second base. Yeah, we are.
Mike Stibbs on our YouTube comment page.
What does he say?
Haha, I was right about Mark Jaren. Haha, I thought I was a genius for that joke. No, Mike, this is Mark Jaren.
Yes.
This is our new friend of the Grum, Mark Jaren.
A guarantee.
So
I'm working on a graphic right now for Mark Jaren. Yep. We'll get it up.
Can I be at like a crawfish boil or something? Since I was supposedly associated with LSU.
Can you put a crawfish in his hand?
I'll see what I can do.
Instead of a microphone, I think that'd be funny.
I'll see what I can do.
Yes, Mike Farron is here. Invited himself to the Grum because he was bored because his wife doesn't get until 11. What flight gets into Omaha at 11 o'clock?
The one that leaves Phoenix at 7.
I mean, I thought the only people that arrived that late was us coming back on the charter.
I'm hoping that she's going to be able to pick up a rental car, that it won't be closed, that she's not going to have to stand outside until 5 a.m.
Why did you just call her a taxi?
Because we're going to drive to Sioux City tomorrow, John.
Well, I know,
Sioux
but
City, John.
I mean, you could always get the rental car tomorrow.
Well, we could do that, yes, if we need to. But the idea was, since she was getting in late enough, I was assuming wrongly that there was going to be an if necessary game and that she could pick up the car while I was doing post game.
I just hope she can find the car rental place amidst all the construction.
Oh, I should probably warn her
about that. Oh, good call.
It's
Follow
a lot
the
of
signs.
it. Yeah. Because they've moved it. It's in the new parking
and
garage.
Also the signs aren't accurate. Have you noticed that?
I haven't been there in a couple months. So
they tell you to go, like, you take the
like elevator up to 3 and go across the parking garage for the Uber. So we did that. Mike Rooney and I were on the same flight from Phoenix. And so we're going to the same hotel. So we're like, okay, great. So we go and we do that. And as we're like standing, waiting for the elevator, looking through the window, everybody else was walking out on the main level over to the Ubers. And we're like, great. We could have just done that. Thanks. Hey, if there's going to be rules, make them follow the rules.
Make them follow the rules. We'll be
Come
back.
on, Epley Field.
This is
Be
the
better.
Grum 1620 The Zone. Back after this.
I don't think Mike saw it.
I can't see the. Hang on. Do I have to log in?
No. He'll show you. Mark Jaren.
I like the mustache.
Louisiana's own.
I am Dr. Galliweekis.
Mark Jaren joining us here on the Grum today. You mentioned
Did you not tag me in it?
No, I haven't tweeted it out yet.
He hasn't tweeted it yet. We have to do this.
That was just on our StreamYard.
Let's. I want to play this because Mike made reference to it, Dave Van Horn. So we'll cut the mic so Mike can hear it. But this is Dave Van Horn last night. He was asked about how much he enjoyed coaching this particular team. Here's Coach Van Horn.
Yeah, this is one of the top teams I've ever coached on and off the field. Just being around them, it's funny. I've been doing it for a while, and people will say things to me like, the kids have really changed over the years, and I always say, no, they haven't. And they're good. They just want to know that you care about them. And yeah, it's tough, man. Kids are good, man. I love being around them. That's why I do it.
That was
powerful,
incredible. I've never seen Dave Van Horn like that.
I'm sure
it's probably out there somewhere. I've never seen him like that.
Dave talked about it. I can't remember if it was in the opening press conference here or if it was at the end of Super Regionals. How important he felt it was to get this team to Omaha because he loved them so much. Last 2 years they'd lost home regionals, right?
Yep.
They were kind of scuffling the last couple seasons in the postseason, but there was something about this team that he was like, it was genuine, right? It wasn't just like, hey, we need to get back because we're Arkansas baseball. It's he wanted these kids to have the Omaha experience,
Yep.
right? And so it's clear that he really means it. And he's right. Like, the kids haven't changed. The circumstances surrounding the kids have changed 100%. They have, but it has constantly evolved, right? From the time that we were young, right, and watching college baseball in the 80s to like even 10 years ago or 20 years ago, it changed, right? And then now here with essentially free agency, right, and the transfer portal and all of these things that have altered the game, the kids are the same. They're just different opportunities for them now. But all these guys are still kids, and they still love playing baseball. And this is a lot different than professional ball. And I was talking to an ACC coach who had a prominent draftee last year, who is off to a slow start. Guy was a big pick, was off to a slow start. And he got a call from him, this is probably early May. And the kid was just like, I just am not having any fun. I don't know. This isn't the same. It's not the same. And listen, he gave him the pep talk and was like, no, it's not the same. But you got to work through it. And all this is a great coach and great conversation. But this is really, I think this is the part that we're starting to get better at teaching people about on why college baseball is special, right? Is the relationships with the kids. Like you go to a Nebraska game, right? Even in March, and it's what, 3,500 people that are there?
Yeah, at least, yeah.
So, and they're screaming, right? Or like K-State. K-State sells out every home game, right? Like Manhattan, Kansas,
Yeah.
right? And Manhattan, Kansas ain't pleasant in March or April,
No.
right? Like,
No.
Maybe
I'm not
even
sure
May.
when Manhattan is pleasant, but like they go and they sell it out, right? And the atmosphere is incredible. That's not the atmosphere in pro ball. So like, congratulations, you're a first round draft pick. We're going to send you to the Arizona Complex League, where you will be playing outside in Arizona in August in 110-degree heat.
Sounds like
with
Omaha.
7 people in the stands and 6 of them use the TrackMan. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
And hey, you got to go, like, get hot. Let's go. You got to be intense for that. It's not the same atmosphere. It's not the same feeling.
No.
It's not the same vibe. So I think the players appreciate that. The coaches appreciate the fact that, and the kids know that it's like, this is unique. And I think the more that they get exposed to understanding what the minor leagues are like, it almost makes it more special for them. Kids are kids, man. They're always going to be kids. Like, there's the challenges that they face and the the things that they have are always going to be different. And maybe this is easy for me to say because I don't have any, but I feel like I've got the 10,000 foot view and watching everybody else's kids be raised. And I hear people complain about problems or like their kid did this, this, and this. And I was like, yeah, I did the same thing when I was 12. You know why? Because I was
kids.
12.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like,
Didn't have
it's the
cell
same
phones to
thing.
record us doing it all. Mike, championship series. Both of these teams ripped through. They had no losses. Obviously, Coastal famously hasn't lost in many, many weeks, months.
Yes.
Is there anything to be said about winning in such an emotional fashion like LSU did in that being bad?
I don't think so at all. I am a firm believer that in these two things, that even though we can't quantify momentum, that it exists inside a game because you can feel it. And what it is it's not something that you can write down, but you feel the pressure, right? You can feel that tension. You're a human being. You can feel that. But in baseball, unlike I think any other sport, so much of what happens is dictated by the guy that takes the ball the next day. So one of my favorite baseball cliches is momentum is only as good as your next day's starting pitcher. And that's what it amounts to. Now, for both of those teams in the finals, the starters are pretty freaking great, right? So like Cade Anderson, Cam Flukie is going to be great. Cam Flukie has better stuff, pure stuff, 2 better pure pitches than Cade Anderson. Cade Anderson might be the number 1 overall pick in the draft. The next day, it's going to be Jacob Morrison, who we just watched like stalk around the mound for 8 innings and putting him in the 2-0 game, right? Sunbelt pitcher of the year. And it's not like he's some thumber lefty, right? Like he's not throwing 80 poo up there. He's throwing real stuff against Anthony Ianson, who's going to go in the back of the first round. Like that's our matchup in the first 2 games. So like how lucky are we, first of all, that those are the first 2 games? But on top of it, it's like that's where your momentum is going to come from is how your starters react. That's what's going to happen. So LSU, and not to mention there's 2 days off between the game starting. LSU is going to be ready to go. Like this is for a second, Jay Johnson's one of the handful of the best coaches in America. 3 national finals in 9 years. Like in 8 trips, I guess it would be 9 trips, right? Because it wasn't in 20. Correct. So like in the last 9 Omahas, he's been at 4 of them as the head coach, and 3 of them he's been in the finals. That's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
We do a segment called I Don't Care.
Oh.
I don't care.
Where we
sometimes
we actually don't care.
It's too early to tell.
It's too early to
Let's
tell.
do that during football season.
But we're going to do that next. So if you have anything you don't care about, and this can be ironically you don't care about either, but I've got a few.
Oh,
because we've been cooped up for the last several days in a booth.
I got one.
So we'll have that and more as we continue. Mark Jaren is here.
Yes.
I'll go on T. This accent is going to get worse the rest of the
Yeah, that you don't do Cajun very well. All you did is stole it from that Cajun chef that was on PBS.
Man, he was the best.
He was good, though.
He was
I'll go on T.
I'll go on T. What was his name?
Justin Wilson.
Justin Wilson, that's it.
Justin Wilson.
Yes.
The Cajun chef. He was like this. He was probably in his 60s, but he looked like he was in his 80s.
Yeah.
And he would all he would do is make all these Cajun and Creole dishes. And it was so fascinating because, back then we didn't have a lot of that around here.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Different era. We didn't have jazz.
Like
we do now.
We don't have jazz anymore either.
What? They closed it?
Yeah, they got rid of it.
Oh,
Michael Severe marched on it.
No
like
wonder
it was
Michael
Gen 6.
quit. No wonder he got out of media. Jazz is gone. 1620 zone.
I don't care.
I don't care.
I don't care.
I don't care.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
I don't care.
I don't care. This is the segment where we, ironically or ironically, talk about things that we don't care about.
Mike, the first one we ever did, John went on a 5-minute rant about the Oscars.
I
He's
did.
like, I don't care about the Oscars.
I don't care about
but he
it.
always watches them, and he always cares.
No, I don't watch them. No, I swear to God,
okay.
I didn't see a second.
Mm.
But you know what I don't care about?
Mike Farron.
No.
Oh, okay, good.
The Jello
Mark
shot
Jaren.
challenge.
Yes, John, sing it from the
The
rooftops.
Jello shot. Not that what Aracos is doing is bad. Not that it isn't cool. I know they donate money. But I am tired of everybody just going on and on about this. Jello shot. John, look at LSU's got $15 billion. Who cares? It's run its course.
I would say this season or this series more than
Jump
any.
the shark.
I think that most people agree with you because I didn't see as much stuff about it this year. But maybe I follow the right people on social media, so I ignored it.
Maybe I didn't block it.
Mm-hmm.
You need to block it more.
I don't like the Jello shot
But Paul
challenge.
Skeens was filling in numbers.
Cool.
Yeah, cool.
Mike, do you have one or you want me to go?
You go ahead. I'm
All
still
right.
trying to come up with what I don't care about.
I don't care, and I teased this a little bit earlier, to ever watch ESPN's NBA halftime show again. I'm not a halftime show guy in the first place, but what is happening on our television sets at halftime is a travesty to broadcasters everywhere.
For those of us who have been not watching it, what's going on?
Stephen A's picking fights with cities and people.
What?
Yeah, I know. I turn it off before anything really happens.
Like Percocet?
Kendrick Perkins.
Kendrick Perkins.
He just has horrible opinions, and he makes it seem like he was the straw that stirred the drink when the Thunder were good a decade ago. He was not. They had Kevin Durant, they had Russell Westbrook, they had James Harden. And then you have Bob Myers just sitting there awkwardly because he's like, why did I do this?
Who's Bob Myers?
He was the GM of the Warriors that won many championships.
Cool.
Yeah.
Boy,
it's horrible.
This sounds like a terrible
And
broadcast.
I know that you've made fun of NBC because they're trying to recreate the 90s
I mean,
all
they
over
are.
again.
They're literally doing everything. They're bringing back AI,
I know. The guy, yeah.
the voice guy. It's
They are going to
ridiculous.
eat ESPN's lunch when it comes to basketball coverage, and not even because of the old school stuff. They are just going to give us a normal presentation. It will be normal. It's going to be good. I can't wait.
You know, inside the NBA is ESPN.
Yes, and I actually
So
hot
you think
take.
they're going to eat their? You don't think they're going to eat their lunch?
They're
on
going to
that?
eat the other lunches. Yeah, I think Inside's going to be normal. I don't think
No,
anything's
I don't think
going
they're
to.
going to do anything to change it.
Yeah.
I don't think they can.
I can't believe that it will somehow not be
Pat
different.
McAfee calls. I can't say some of the things that Pat McAfee says on ESPN. He's on ESPN airwaves.
I think the only thing that I would worry about changing is the clock on it. That it's just because
Well,
it's going
that's-
to be
and
different,
that
right,
could be
for
it.
advertising. So that's. But if they let it go the way it does, it's going to be great. That's the best. Like I don't care about pregame shows, and
Yeah.
I really don't care that much about the NBA. But I will watch that one
Ditto.
because it is entertaining. Ernie's just
best,
perfect setup to let those guys go because he's so egoless. It's amazing, and I wish every sport could do that or find a way to do that so that we don't end up with A-Rod, Derek Jeter trying to pretend that they like each other and saying absolutely nothing on the Fox pregame shows. It is so bad. TBS has tried to do it, and they have one of the right guys. They've got Pedro.
They got Pedro, and Pedro's great.
I would take Pedro and put him with David Ortiz and give him somebody else. But Curtis Granderson's very nice, but he's pretty bland.
Yeah.
Jimmy Rollins, I don't think is locked in enough. Jimmy's a good personality.
Yeah.
But Pedro could
Pedro's
be Charles
entertaining.
Barkley of baseball. He's really smart too.
His delivery's
he understands how the game has evolved, but he's not afraid to call a fish. He's really good. But yeah, generally I don't care about it.
What do you think about this one from Kenneth, Mike? I don't care about the hats with the little rope above the bill.
Thank God.
Don't like the rope hat?
Bad
take. I love the rope
we
hat.
had those 40 years ago.
I know
Yeah.
they're
They were
back.
terrible.
I didn't
love
like them then.
It's interesting how Gen Xers don't like rope hats, but the youngs do.
Because we
I
lived
love
through
rope
it.
hats.
I love rope hats.
We lived through it.
Thank
and
you,
said,
Rawlings.
Wow, why do we have this unnecessary
It just-
rope when we could just take the rope off?
It
It breaks
reminds
up
us
the
of being
bill.
latchkey kids when our parents didn't love us as much.
My parents love me, Mike. It breaks up
See, that's why you have a rope
the
hat.
top of the hat and the bill. It's fun. It's
Well,
a good
then
stylistic choice.
All you need to do is have just something sewn in there. It doesn't need to be a rope.
I like it.
It looks like you could take that thing off and like put it
can move
around
it.
your chin like a chin strap.
So you're more mad that it's a rope and less mad that there's just a thing there to differentiate. The
Again,
bill
I have
and
no
the-
problem if there's like, like something like a bill. Like sometimes on multicolored hats, they have
I'm
just
just
like
a
they
bill.
just have a different separator, but it's sewn in there and it's not some silly rope.
I like it.
It looks dumb.
What if you're in a survival situation and you need exactly
Thank God I have my rope hat.
10 inches of rope?
That's not even 10 inches of rope.
We
what,
gotta.
what would you need that would save you with 10 inches of rope?
What do you think 10 inches is, pal? Like,
I mean,
I
he
kinda
is a
wanna-
guy, and he is
Nice.
engaged. So
Need to get a ruler.
I need to get a ruler.
Nick, get out your ruler. I know you have one with you.
Damn it. Who told you?
Nick, what don't you care about?
I don't have. I'm fine. I'm fine right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I got to watch
Use it.
baseball all week with my buds, Mike and John. It was great.
Wow.
How can you
Buds.
How can you not care about anything when you get to watch baseball with these two?
how can you not be romantic about baseball?
I tweeted
That's what I
that.
said. Yeah, but you didn't mean it.
All
Yeah,
right.
I did. There was almost a perfect game. That was awesome. I was so
There-
pumped that my
there-
friends were on the
there,
call.
There was a no-hitter.
Yeah, I know. There was
Right.
almost a perfect game and there was a no-hitter.
Sure.
I was happy for my friends. I was happier for you guys than I was the player. I didn't care about him. I was just pumped that you got to be on the call
How
for
about
it.
Happer with like the ultimate?
I know.
Like,
It's
first
so
time,
cool.
Right?
I texted him that night because that was the rain delay day, right?
Yeah.
Because I was like, I was going to wait to text you,
I
but I want
can't
to text you now.
remember.
I'm really happy that you got to do that. That was really cool.
It was fun.
I was happy for Happer.
It was fun. I'm not going to lie.
Happy for Happer. Stib says rope hats greater than upside down lettering hats.
Oh, I'm in on that complaint. Like
Yeah.
the upside down lettering hat it was cute the first time, but now everybody has one.
Yeah, it's
Those
And
are
also
dumb.
like it's really tough craning the neck trying to read that it says Omaha upside
Mhm.
down.
I
But
think the upside down hats are at their best if it's a short word that's upside down. But if it's like Charlotte and I'm trying to read Charlotte upside
Too many-
down,
too
I'm
many
like,
great if
letters.
It was
I
a
still
word
remember-
that looked
now-
the same upside down as it did.
Like race
Yeah.
car.
Yeah.
Now,
yes.
No, that's backwards.
they used to do this. They don't do this anymore. But on the front of an ambulance, they would reverse the letters.
Yeah.
So you'd see it
Yeah.
in your.
And it would always bother me as a kid because one of my favorite shows when I was really little was Emergency.
Of course it was.
I love that show. It's a great show.
Another
ever watch
70s
Emergency?
reference. Yeah, I've seen Emergency.
Emergency is a great show. I had the action figures. I had everything. Anyway.
They had an emergency action
Oh,
figure?
Oh yeah, they were GI
Emergency
Joe
chips,
size.
Yeah,
They were
great.
GI Joe size. I had the truck and everything. It was great. Anyway, so I'd see this and it would bother me, and I'd be like, "Mom, why do they have ambulance? What is this? And they said, so you could see it in the rearview mirror. And even at 5 years old, I'm like, the noise, the sirens, and the lights aren't enough to tell you that there's an ambulance behind
That's
you.
what's gonna get me to pull out of the way.
Yeah. Oh, I can read it.
Wow, how about this one from Jeff? What IPAs, or I don't care what IPAs you have on tap? Yikes. This is not a friend of mine.
Ooh.
I very much care what kind of IPAs you have on tap.
It makes it sound like Jeff is going to places that are just walking up to him and being like, here are the IPAs I
Yeah.
have. on
I've
tap."
never
Isn't
been
that
to a
something that you have
place.
to ask for?
Correct. That's what I do. I say, what kind of IPAs do you have?
When you go to Rotten Root or whatever.
You know what I do? If I go to a brewery that I've never
That was
been
a
to,
brand.
I say, what is the IPA that you like the most? And then if they're like, I don't like IPAs, I say, well, what do the customers like the most? And then I go with that.
They say, I don't like IPAs, and then you walk out.
Yeah, I'd say that this is not a brewery for me then. We just like Pilsners here. Not my kind of place.
I still like the IPA, but I'm out of that phase right now.
It's jumped the shark like the Jello
it
shot
hasn't-
challenge.
No, it has not jumped the shark. I will have one on occasion, but it used to be, there was a couple years there where everything was IPA. And now I'm back to, lawn mowing beer.
I think I'm just.
And you don't even mow.
And I can't
anymore.
mow.
Mm-hmm.
I'm beginning
Yet.
to see a correlation between the arm injury and the switch and what John is consuming while he does the yard.
While he cleans the yard.
Cleans the yard.
I did.
Well,
but
clean the mower.
I was
That's
not,
what it was.
I was not drinking when this accident happened.
Was it last night or 2 nights ago when you said the gardening accident?
Yeah.
You sent me.
That was
I laughed
incredible.
so hard. That was good stuff. See, I listened. That was funny. Stibbs says, I don't care about beers anymore. Mike Stibbs out on beer.
Wow.
I think he's
He's the one of
Is
the
he a wine
founding
drinker now?
fathers of One Beer Friday.
I don't remember if he's a bourbon man or if he's a vodka man.
I am more of a Scotch guy than a beer guy now.
You guys can drink your gasoline until
I'm a bourbon boy.
I like
Bell.
Scotch.
I came up with something I don't care about. And
All
I
right.
think the reason I don't care about it is because Josh is constantly tweeting about it. I don't care about the college football playoff expansion. Just wake me up
Oh, crap.
when it expands.
That's our next topic.
I don't
Get
need
out of
to,
here,
like,
Mike!
Oh, no, like, we can go toe-to-toe
Go!
on this. Like, I agree that it's ridiculous that the SEC wants to be guaranteed 4 spots. and
No,
the
no, it's a Big
wants-
Ten.
Well, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever.
See, he doesn't care.
matter.
He doesn't
I
care.
don't care.
He doesn't care.
Like, that's absurd, right? But, like, I don't need the play-by-play of every committee meeting with conference leaders and school presidents scratching themselves go, what if we
Mike Farron
found a
out
way
on
to
Ross
ensure
Dellinger.
that we could only get half of a Mountain West team in?
Dellinger, that is the thing he writes about. That's
the only thing he writes about.
No, he had the House settlement.
And the settlement, yes.
Well, he did, but I
He
mean,
does occasionally.
What does he do? Does he sit there and write all the
I
time?
bet during games he's like, "This bores me. I need more committee."
It's like,
meetings."
Woj, I got to break news. Why am I watching the basketball?
Don't you think that there's a possibility that Ross Dellinger looks at what he's doing and he's going, man, I really miss covering games?
I would hope so, but now he is so down the rabbit hole that I
Mhm.
wonder if he's like, I need more of this. I need more commissioners
No.
fighting.
I
hope not, but
I have enough friends that are sports business writers
Mm.
that miss sports.
Yeah.
yeah, there's a lot. I mean, it's so
It's like
heavy.
it's like an incredibly necessary job
It
because
is
like
now,
the
yeah.
public needs to know. And actually, we probably should do a better job of holding leagues and conferences feet to the fire over
Mhm.
this stuff. I think talk show hosts try to do that a little bit, right?
Yeah.
But like fans should hold their feet to the fire too because it's our money that we're spending on
True.
this, right? If we don't like it, we should withhold it from them.
yeah.
But holy cow, is it like what are you talking about? Tedious beat? Like collective bargaining. I nearly took a class one year in collective bargaining just so I could have a better idea of how to cover baseball. It is
Really?
exhausting. Exhausting.
See, I need a class on this on the NFL salary cap
Oh,
because
that's
that
my
is
eyes.
that all of this
It's all
stuff in the
pretend
business
money.
Do
world.
what every team does. Hire a capologist. Nick, you should be the capologist.
Oh, perfect. I can do that.
So you
Oh,
don't actually have to do
dear
any research.
God, can you
Hey.
imagine if Nick was a capologist?
No, he can't do math.
Nope.
At least it's
Excel does math for me now.
Nice.
I've learned how to use
at
spreadsheets.
least you don't cover the NBA because they have this thing called the second apron now.
Oh man. I read
What the
So-
hell is that?
So true
That
story.
sounds like a Formula One track
A
that's
true
got
story.
like 2 turns.
During the last baseball labor dispute, I started going through CBAs to just kind of read them. And I started trying to read the NBA
No,
one.
thank you.
And it reads like Kenny Mayne and Dan Patrick's speech in basketball, trying to explain the playoffs. Right? Like it's unbelievable. It's like they will meet on second alternating Sundays, and then they get the veteran mid-level exception. It's like, what? What is it? It's not
It's
a
so
cap.
stupid.
There's no cap in that league. It's just all marketing.
It's dumb. It's so
I
dumb.
wash.
Basketball, that needs to be on the movie club.
It does.
Very in.
After
All right.
Spaceballs, we can do
The
baseball.
happy hour.
Spaceballs?
I'm going to pick it when it's my turn again.
They're remaking it, or not
No,
remaking
it's
it.
not
Sequel.
remaking it.
Sequel.
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 Yeah.
It better be
Search
called
for
The
More
Search
Money.
for More Money.
The
It better
Search
be
for-
called that.
They just released a trailer, I think.
Yeah, they did. It was a trailer. It was on. I think it was early this week. Mel Brooks still alive.
Nice.
Thank you, Mel Brooks.
Hit him with 6 shots and he's still alive. Back with the happy hour.
Mm.
Mike, I'm sorry.
Mark.
Jaren is here.
So is he
16.
hanging out for the playoff stuff? It's gonna be interesting. He's just gonna yell, "I don't care" the whole time.
16-20 the zone.
be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
The happy hour is on the air with our new friend Mark Jaren, who joins us today.
Done a great job.
He is. He's got takes and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Listening to the jazz music. We're working on it.
You really, you weren't an impressions guy. were you?
Welcome to Baton Rouge. I know. I just don't
That's a
speak
little
French.
better. By the way, did you notice what's over your left shoulder
No.
on the whiteboard there? Take a look at the sticker. Those were very popular.
Oh, by the way,
those were very popular that year.
Hashtag Scofro.
The Scofro sticker, or
Nick-
Scofra as we
Nick
called it.
sent me the combined audio of the audio book today of doing the.
Oh, he did.
He
Oh,
did.
Yeah,
I
I
still
finally
haven't heard
sent him
this
that.
all yet.
And I listened to a couple minutes of it just to remember how ridiculous the whole thing was. That was amazing.
Very ridiculous.
It is so sad.
It was a pretty clean edit too. I'm glad I could edit
it
that in the
was-
way I did.
I probably listened to about 2 minutes of it, but it was.
How long
was
is it total?
Great. 20 minutes long.
That's so
That
funny.
all sent over email, by the way. I wasn't expecting that. I
Wow.
thought I was gonna have to share it with
I mean,
you.
it
as a
wasn't
Google
that
Doc.
big of a-
Assuming that it was super compressed.
I mean, it wasn't that big of a comic book. Is it still over there?
No, I think I have one on my desk.
I
It
think
was
like
enough.
20 minutes long because there was a lot of extra commentary that we had in
Probably.
between that was generally us
It's
going
true.
like, "Are you serious?"
That is true.
Oh no! Good times.
By the way, the guy who gave us "Oh No," Bill Moose, his book's coming out pretty soon.
I'm still dubious.
Oh, is it going to be called The Moose Out Front? Should have told you.
That actually would be
Is
a
that,
great
is that
name for it.
vacation?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
vacation. Don't you remember?
yeah,
Moose
yeah.
Out Front should have told you.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Park's closed. Moose Out Front. That would actually be a great name for that book. The Moose Out Front should have told you, and it could be him just standing on his little, ranch with his arm up against the picket fence.
Mhm.
Be perfect.
I didn't even throw up, Mr. Wallace.
We had this earlier, but I meant to save it for later, but because it came up during the crossover. So this year, Nebraska is playing Houston Christian.
Yes.
They formerly known as Houston
It's one of my
Baptist.
favorite Night Ranger songs.
Houston Christian.
I'm in love
So
with you.
I found this by accident, but the Husky Stadium, the home of the Houston Christian Huskies, is a single deck grandstand, very, very reminiscent
Tiny.
of a high school stadium where it's grandstand on one side
Very
and
tiny.
nothing anywhere else.
Yeah.
Right across, right outside the visitor sideline
Mm-hmm.
is a CVS. It's right there. I mean, there is a picture from the stands. We're showing it here for those of you watching it on the stream at 1620 The Zone TV. You literally, as you go through the CVS drive-through, you could look to your right and be at the 50-yard line of the Houston Christian football game.
So, like, what you're saying is that if one of the traders is like, I forgot to pack the Advil.
Boom.
Like,
It's
great
right there.
opportunity.
Climb the fence, you're there.
We're all out of water. I got it.
How big is the stadium, John? Do you know?
It's got to be no more than 5,000, maybe.
Husky Stadium is 5,065. Well done. Wow.
With a CVS
With a
right
CVS.
outside the gate. This is who Nebraska's playing in week 3. This is what you're
Sadly,
paying.
not a home and home.
This is, yeah, it
Instead
should
of
be.
ticker tape, do they just use CVS receipts?
He'll be here all week.
There's got to be some kind of a ticket value for this. Like if you buy so much and you have you save your receipts, you get in.
10%
Oh.
off of shampoo.
So I found this tweet from Sicko's committee of August of 24. The CVS is on HCU's land, but it's under a lease. And then once the lease is up, Houston Christian will build on the other side of the stadium.
Oh.
The CVS is not long for this world.
Then Houston Christian, then your time has come. Who is the coach there? Jason Bachtel?
I have no idea.
I haven't done
He
it in
was
my
the
Houston
head
Christian
football
prep.
coach for
What?
Scurry Roser High School.
You had
at Howard
all
Payne
last
University.
week and you didn't break down Houston Christian at all during the pregame shows?
No, you would have gotten really triggered at me if I would have talked Houston Christian.
I was triggered anyway because all you would talk about is football.
We barely talked football.
I think talking
That's
about
a
Houston
lie.
Christian makes more sense than talking about Northwestern special teams.
Okay,
for 30
yes.
you
minutes.
guys are combining what we talked about.
Yeah,
we
is this
talked about
Severe still work here?
Northwestern and I learned from the altar of the great Michael Severe. Nick, we talked about Northwestern and we talked about special teams. We did not talk about Northwestern special teams.
Well,
Don't
that
lead
feels
every-
like a miss.
Yeah, it would have been great conversation. Though Matt is very much Northwestern pilled, so he probably would have been in on it.
You didn't want to talk about Sam Valancisi, the greatest kicker in Northwestern history.
No, I had no takes on Mr. Sam. None at all.
What did he
Cats.
do? Did he?
He
make-
was an All-American kicker there.
I don't remember.
I think he was the kicker in the 54-51 game over Michigan.
I
Sam
don't-
Simmons.
I don't
was
remember that game.
I think
That game was crazy.
No, you do. Well, you remember that season. I think that was the year that Northwestern got absolutely smoked by Nebraska. in the
2000.
Alamo Bowl.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that year.
66
Because they
to
got
something.
all lippy and they were lipping off, and Nebraska said, "We're gonna."
Yeah,
kick
and
your
then
ass."
Northwestern said, "That's all right. That's okay. You'll be working for us someday."
And then eventually they beat Nebraska.
many times.
Mhm.
We're aware
Mhm.
many times.
Jay Skirtot about the CVS says, go Wrigley mode and let people put lawn chairs on the rooftop.
Oh, I love that idea.
That's actually a good
Watch
idea.
from the
Wait,
CVS.
So they're playing at Houston Christian? Or
Sadly,
Houston
no.
Christian?
No,
I was
no,
gonna
no.
say- I was gonna say, like, that would be
No.
pretty amazing. Could you imagine how many Husker fans would show
Oh
up for
my
that?
gosh, that'd
Like
be
that CVS would be overrun.
That'd be the best home and home of all time.
I think if we're going to allow these FBS schools to play FCS schools,
they should have to play.
It should have to be a home, at least a 2-for-1. Where
Don't
you
hate
get
it.
them, you get them twice at your place, and then you have to go to their place once.
By the way, do you know who was the baseball coach at Houston Christian until this year?
No,
Lance Berkman.
the Lance Berkman.
Yeah. He
Really?
left, and then they got better.
That's a tough.
Boom
look.
roasted.
That's
Chris
a tough
says
look.
Houston Christian has to be the smallest program Nebraska football has ever played, right? They played small FCS schools before, but I can't think of any program that smaller or that small. Nickel State was the other one he referenced.
That's small. That is very small.
Isn't Nicholls State like an FCS power? Like, aren't they usually pretty good in FCS?
I think they were when Nebraska played them back in 2006.
I honestly don't.
They ran the
remember.
option.
Oh man,
We all do. Mike.
We all do around here. You would fit
Mm-hmm.
in very nicely here with Scofra or Scafra.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I think he'll go 11-1.
you mentioned
Sorry,
Lance
I
Berkman.
finished.
I was just trying to go through my memory bank. Has there ever been a good major league player who went down to coach college and it worked? Erstad won a conference title at Nebraska. So
yeah, I mean, Erstad was pretty good.
I think he's at the top of the class right now, but
Yeah, I mean, oh shoot, he was at Liberty for years. Bobby Richardson was
okay.
a really good college coach. Eddie Stanky for years at South Alabama.
Vance Law coached a little while
Vance
at
Law was at BYU, yeah, for
and
a
they
long
were
time.
decent.
Yeah, there's been some.
Okay.
I mean,
wasn't
like,
Todd Zeal?
no, I don't. I mean,
Didn't
Todd
he-
went to UCLA. I don't remember.
I
if
thought he coached somewhere.
Willie Bloomquist is at ASU now. Chip Hale at U of A. Those are former big leaguers.
But I'm
Greg
thinking
Ritchie was a big league hitting
like
coach.
famous big leaguers or at least-
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I mean, there aren't that many famous big leaguers that come back to coach college.
That's
Tulo, when he gets a head coaching job, Troy Tulowitzki is going to be a successful head coach.
I
Tell me
thought
that.
he was in line to get something here in the last
So
couple
a
years.
couple years ago when like USC was open, and
Yeah.
a couple others, he was in the mix for him, and he ended up turning it down. And I do think that some of it was he didn't, obviously because when he got drafted, he didn't finish his degree at Long Beach. In some places, you need to have your degree, and so I think that was part of the reason. And then he took a year off, and then when Schloss went to Texas, he brought him back. But Tulo might be the best in terms of like guy who was a star player, and he was a star.
Yes.
Like you remember, like not just in college, like he was a star who is a really good teacher of the game, who doesn't think that everybody can do stuff. What?
What?
Rockies.
Settle down, big boy.
It's too early to tell.
Just like leave the 10-inch rope alone. I think, but he's just such a good teacher of the game, and like he understands how to teach it as opposed
Yeah.
to just be like Ted Williams, who was like, "I get like this, why can't you?"
Right.
Well, because you're Ted Williams.
Yeah.
So Tulo's awesome.
Help me, please.
Michael Jordan yelling at Kwame Brown. Why aren't you a good basketball player? Because I'm not you, Mike.
Because I'm not you.
Mm-hmm.
So what did I miss? Are you
Nothing happened. Well, they're recruiting and people were excited about the recruiting.
Yeah, but I saw someone decommitted.
Yeah, somebody decommitted.
Oh,
he's trying to play it cool now because he doesn't want to make fun of him if he talks too much.
No, honestly, in terms of what happened, nothing.
How did the whole June camp thing go? Did they have fun?
Okay, don't ask me about recruiting, John. Come on, it's not 2014 anymore. Nationally, well, one of the things that happened we're going to talk about in content, so we don't have to get into that. Shador Sanders got in trouble for speeding, but it's been light in terms. See, look, Farron's already on his phone. He doesn't care. Nothing with Nebraska football. Matt Rule was everywhere yet again. I know. We're into football season now because the College World Series is almost done, but we're still, we still got a month until media day.
What are you going to do now?
I don't know.
You're going to be okay?
I'll be fine.
Stare out the window and wait for football season.
I'm reading books. I picked up.
What are you reading?
I'm reading a collection of Stephen King novellas right now called If It Bleeds. Came out 5 years ago. So I'm reading that. I actually just picked up 4 of his books the other day. Mike Schaefer got them for me from one of his friends.
Oh, okay.
So I got 4 new hardcovers of old books, including
Which
The
one?
Stand.
Oh, The Stand.
Yeah, and then
Misery?
some more collections. No, I actually already have Misery. So, yeah.
But enough about this radio show.
Hell.
That's why he had to get the other books, because Misery loves company.
Yeah, so I'll just be reading.
Nick, you're on a roll.
I'll just be reading over the next couple of months before it's time.
Well, good for
before
you.
the good times arrive yet again.
The good times.
Mhm.
How good are the times going to be?
Bad. Cowboys suck. Huskers will probably be
nobody
7 and
cares about
5.
Does it? No one cares about the
Huskers
Cowboys.
will probably be 7 and 5-ish.
You know what's going to be really fun as a Bears fan?
Oh, God.
Is watching Ben Johnson not be the savior that every Bears fan think he's going to be.
Really? You don't think
You're saying that another Bears hire is just going to be a
I don't know whether he will or not. I mean, maybe he is going to be great.
You just think they're kind of cursed.
Well, I just think that everybody is just assuming that he's going to be great because he was a great offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
And like when Ditka was forced out, they hired Dave Wanstead, who was the top. And Dave Wanny was going to be great. He was. Oh my gosh, he was. And he had his guys out there flying around, like they were flying around with the football, and it was terrible.
Yeah.
Like, so I just don't we don't know.
Correct.
None of us know. Just like Caleb Williams was going to be the answer.
And he
just
sucked.
like Justin Fields was going to be the answer.
Just
Jay Cutler needed a change of scenery just because.
Hey, he took him to the NFC Championship game that one time.
He did. Jay Cutler, best Bears quarterback of my lifetime.
That's nuts.
That is true.
It's 100% accurate.
That is so true.
Matt got somebody really mad at him because he said that Tony Romo would be the best Bears quarterback of all time.
100%.
But some old guy was like, Sid
absolutely right.
Luckman, you guys are too young. And I'm like, settle down, bro.
First of all, Sid Luckman retired in I think Sid Luckman died in 1972.
Yeah, let's have a grown-up conversation, please, about
that's
football.
fine. Maybe he's not as good as Sid Luckman.
Yeah.
But he's better than Bobby Wade.
Yeah.
So he would be the second
better than
best
Jim
Bears quarterback
McMahon.
of all time.
Yeah.
Also, he went to Eastern Illinois. Feels like a miss.
Tony Romo, Eastern Illinois. Sean Payton, Eastern Illinois. And one other person,
And the
Eastern
good news
Illinois.
is Romo would have won as many Super Bowls in Chicago as he did in Dallas.
That was a question that Matt and I did on day one. I did a get to know you segment, and I said, who has it worse, Bears fans or Cowboys fans? Because we're both sad sacks.
Bears fans easily.
That's what we agreed. Because and you know what he said? Because you actually have had quarterbacks, which I have. I've had better quarterbacks easily.
Oh my gosh, the Bears are just it's
the depression.
At least they've made a Super Bowl.
It's stunning.
Yeah.
It's stunning how it has been consistent for decades. That there's never been like a wow. Because every franchise has at least had one person who's like, this dude's pretty good.
And everybody who's not a Bears fan will instantly go, oh, well, Jim McMahon, because he led him to the Super Bowl. It's like, yeah, well, McMahon was good, but he was never on the field. He was hurt constantly.
Yeah. He had his moments. He came in. I mean, if he had been healthy, maybe, yes. But he rode the greatest defense of modern times.
And he wasn't bad.
And had Walter Payton. Yeah, he wasn't bad.
He was a good quarterback.
But you can't look back at him and say, oh, my God, this is the greatest quarterback of all time, because he didn't play that
The
much.
Eric Kramer signing was great. The first year, he was incredible, and he blew out his shoulder. Like Eric Kramer, if you go back and look at Eric Kramer's first year with the Bears, he was really good. But they don't have. I mean, then it's like Jim Miller and and
yeah, who took him? We were talking about the 2001 season for some reason. I can't remember who took him.
Was
that the Jim Miller season?
Jim Miller.
We started talking about Mike Brown.
And then he got hurt. And 2001 was not that year. You're thinking of 2005. That was when Mike Brown had the 2 interceptions.
No, it was
for
0-1.
touchdowns.
It was 0-1.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. 0-1. Okay, yeah.
Because they lost to the Eagles.
They lost to the Eagles
Right,
in the
lost to the
divisional
Eagles
round. In the
yeah,
last
that
year of
was
Soldier
That was where
Field.
they were literally like, when we finished that playoff game, finished covering that playoff game.
See you later, stadium.
Literally like ripping the seats out, like while we were doing post-game wraps for WGN. Like that was incredible. Like we're watching them tear the stadium apart while we're still recording. Like
The
it was
fans or the
no,
the
the
workers?
like the workers were
Oh
like
my
literally
gosh.
taking the, like as soon as the game was over, and then we had to go to Champaign.
Did they play 1 or 2 years in Champaign?
It was
2
2, wasn't
years
it?
in Champaign.
That is great. That's
the first,
so far
and I
away.
went to 2 games down there.
Really?
That first year, and they blew a 20-point lead against the Saints and a 21-point lead against the Patriots.
Oh,
I think I remember the Patriots game. That was
a
weird.
Sunday, that was a late Sunday
Yes.
game. Yeah.
Yep. That was so weird. Like turning on Bears games and just seeing those bright Illinois end zones
Yes.
and like the sheen of the turf. And it was like, it's a 2.5 hour drive on a good day.
Yeah,
Is that what
it's
it is?
2.5. But it was like, I actually kind of enjoyed it because at least Memorial Stadium seats like 58,000. I mean,
All the
Soldier
sight lines
Field's
are
not that
great.
big. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
Soldier Field's only 65 anyway. But,
well, yeah. Well, that version was how in
4
the
and
world
12 that year. Yikes.
oh, man, it
did
was brutal.
anybody say, what are we doing here when they showed the plans of what they were going to do to Soldier Field?
Well, because they had to protect the colonnades because those
no,
were
I know,
protected.
but
Why do
still,
the
you
other
didn't
stuff?
like the spaceship landing in the
No.
middle? So the day that it opened it was a Monday night game against Green Bay. And we go in there and the press box is a disaster, right? It's in the corner. And like they designed it so that everybody was crammed in. And so if you were trying to walk through the first row, you basically had to, even if you were small, squeeze everything in to like get around. And then they had these other areas from the second level into the first that jutted out that had garbage cans on them. So like you would get to a spot where Dan Jiggets sat, where Dan Jiggets was like former offensive lineman for the Chicago Bears, massive dude. Like his chair was literally against that. Like, and he was like pressed up against the desk. There was no way to get around.
And this is the new press
This
box.
is the new place. And the day it opened, Brad Palmer, the former longtime Chicago TV anchor, the professor, like he used to do all the Bears breakdowns and stuff like that, was in the press box for 5 minutes and then spent the next 20 just cursing up and down the PR director for the Bears. Like, just absolutely lambasting him for it. Oh, it was amazing.
Did they ever make it better? Is the press box better?
They took that little area and they pushed it back so that you can actually walk around. Yeah, I cut the hell out of my leg on it trying to climb over something, like cut it on glass.
But seriously, did anyone...
Also, they lost to the Packers that night.
Well, but did
I just looked at the
anybody look
score.
at the plans and say, no, this is not going to work. Why are we doing this?
I'll tell you what, to go and sit there for a game, it's not bad. Like,
right, but the
sight
look
lines
of
are
it
really
is
good.
terrible.
Oh, it's awful. Yeah, it's a spaceship that landed
I
inside the
know,
colonnades.
I know.
It's awful. And on the beautiful lakefront designed by
I
Daniel
know.
Burnham, like one of the crown jewels of Chicago, the lakefront.
Yes.
Has this weird thing.
It's so bad. It is so bad.
It'll be
What
fine when
is
they
the
move to
what is the latest on whatever's happening with
Arlington
them?
Heights, I think, seems like it's
out
most
now, right?
No,
Or
Arlington
it's
Heights,
likely.
they own the land.
Yeah,
in
they
Arlington
bought the
Heights.
track.
I know that. I
They
thought
bought
it
the
just
old
seemed like it
racetrack.
was like in
No,
flux.
I think they want to try and bilk the city out of money to be able to build for it. I mean, I know. It's hard to believe
I'm
that
stunned.
billionaires would like taxpayers to foot the bill for them to build a stadium that they can easily do on their own.
Sad.
Because that's obviously it's our responsibility to ensure that they stay extremely wealthy as opposed to just very, very, very wealthy.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I have an issue with public funding for stadiums or anything, but they have been talking about a lakefront area, but it sounds like most of the focus is shifted towards Arlington Heights again, which is like, it kind of stinks just because like you want to be downtown, but at the same time, you're coming in and out for football games. Like I'll say this, like in Phoenix, I don't go out to Glendale football games very often because it's like 40 minutes from my house. And it just the traffic for an NFL game, it's impossible getting in and out because you're dealing with 80,000 people, right? If there was public transit there, I would probably go a couple times a year to go see.
There's not public transit to Arlington Heights, is there?
There are like pace buses. There's not like there might be a train station.
Lines,
but it's not
the L lines don't go there.
It's not like it flies from all over.
But then again, it's not like it's that great a public transit.
Well, no, you can't take the L right to Soldier Field.
Right.
Like you can get off on the red line at Roosevelt and walk, which is a little bit more of a mile. the best route to go if you're planning a trip to Chicago and want
There
to
you
go
go.
see the Chicago Bears, the monsters of the Midway, and like you're staying on Michigan Avenue, take the 151 bus. It's actually kind of a nice drive too. It goes down Michigan Avenue,
Yeah.
and comes along Lakefront, and it drops you off right at Soldier Field. It's actually pretty nice. But in terms of like taking the L, it's not all that.
Yeah,
easy.
you can't.
It's a walk. It's not all that different than like when I lived in DC and you would go to games up at FedEx. Like they built it in a way that it is not particularly close. Like you have to take the L or take the metro to a subway. Like
Dan Snyder wanted it so that people would have to pay for.
And now they're moving back into the city.
Back to DC.
$200 for parking.
By the way, Mike, Kendall Rogers tweeted 7 minutes ago.
Uh-oh.
The news for today isn't done just yet. I don't know what that's in reference to, but seems like a big deal.
The news for today isn't done yet. They have determined that Arkansas should get a third chance.
Oh, man. John, you got to get down to the booth.
Oh, John, let's go.
I don't know.
Josh,
don't
I
know
guess
what
you're
that could be.
finishing the show. Come over here, produce and host.
I'm assuming
I
that
could never.
this has to do with transfer portal. That's my guess.
Yeah, Kendall's been very, very
portal-pilled.
Yes, he's very portal-pilled. As football-pilled as you are,
nice.
Kendall is portal-pilled.
I mean, there's some big names in the portal.
Yes. And it's legit.
Sounds like it.
Not unlike your love of football.
El Scorcho says, Farron is an excellent third host of the Grum.
Oh, thank you.
There you go.
El Scorcho.
El Scorcho.
I mean, there's no 10-inch rope, but
wow.
You don't have to brag.
All right, Josh, we're going to let you pick a football topic next.
Oh, God.
Didn't we just talk enough
No,
football?
that was Bears.
Got him. Back 16-20 the zone. Mike Farron's special guest today.
This has been awesome.
Football, shopping.
We have been talking a little
Hello,
football.
did you throw the hand egg today?
Hand egg?
You remember that's his
Oh,
derogatory
yeah.
term for
I don't
football.
throw a football, man. I was.
When was the last time you threw a football?
I don't know.
When was the last time you sported?
Well, I run.
No, sport.
All right, so
something that involved like a stick and a ball.
So I
Or a puck.
was house sitting and I was playing fetch with a dog. And I woke up the next day and I thought I had laid on my shoulder wrong. And then I went out and I threw the ball again and I realized, no, it's because I don't throw a ball anymore. And my shoulder was destroyed. So not ever. I bet I was in my previous marriage the last time I threw a football because I think I did it at a tailgate.
Really?
It's been years. Yeah, I don't throw footballs anymore. I have a football at my house, but it doesn't have any air in it.
Oh, you haven't had a catch with your dad?
No, he's almost 60 and I'm almost 40.
Okay, you can have a catch with your dad.
I guess so, yeah.
My dad's almost like 75.
Do you have catches with him?
Well, no, but that's because he doesn't like sports.
Oh.
How did you become a sports fan?
My mom is a huge sports fan.
Women are
And
allowed to
her
like
mom,
sports,
yeah.
John.
Yeah,
Really?
John.
No,
My mom is
I know
enormous.
that. It was literally that way in my grandparents. Both
Oh,
my
really?
grandmothers were big sports fans.
Yeah.
My outside of Grandpa Bishop liked baseball and wrestling, but Grandpa Lippincott.
What a
Didn't
weird
watch
combination of sports to like.
Well, he grew up in the 50s, or not grew up, but he was alive in the 50s.
No, you
where
want to
the
get an
only
egg
sports on
cream and watch the
TV
wrestling match?
were wrestling and baseball.
My mom, huge baseball fan. That's how I got into it.
Cubs, right?
She was both. Her two favorite players growing up were Billy Williams and Minnie Minoso. So yeah, but mostly Cubs. I mean, we grew up on the north side, so
Yeah.
that's where we grew up. But,
And then
but I got rid of that affliction.
What was it like? I don't have a football topic. What was it like, Mike?
What was it like back in
No,
the
no, no.
70s
No,
when you
let
were
me-
growing up?
Let me ask you this, Mike,
What
because
was Alice like? Did you enjoy that show?
because a lot of people
Alice of Alice.
when you're into sports media and you say something like that, like I'm not a fan anymore, I don't care. They're always kind of like, "What? That's impossible." 2016 though, did that do something inside of your dark black heart?
No, you should have heard him on the post game show. He was like,
Damn
"Man,
it.
we're back here in the Cubs club. I was a Cubs on the World Series."
Mainly
blah,
from
blah.
the perspective of like your family or your
Yeah,
friends,
so
like that you
I
thought of
called
them.
my mom right away.
That had to be
Yeah.
super special.
That was cool. My brothers both went to World Series games. Both huge Cub fans. So that was cool.
Did they go to good ones or bet the bad ones, like Game 4?
One of them was at Game 5. One of them was
Oh.
at Game 4 and one was at Game 5. So my youngest brother, one of his buddies from high school, who my middle brother is probably closer with now because he lives near him, actually runs the video boards at Wrigley. So he used to be with the Red Sox.
Yeah.
And this is a true story. This is really cool. Matt Rumido's his name. Awesome dude. Matt got the job with the Cubs because when they were putting in the video boards, he said, the colors need to match of the video board need to match the ballpark. Otherwise, the aesthetic doesn't work. And
Yes.
so that's why they're the green that they
Oh,
are.
And it looks
Nice.
so
Because
good.
That's why they hired Matt.
It
Was
does
he was
look
like,
good.
oh yeah, like it totally makes sense.
Yes, it does.
And if you look of all the crap that the Ricketts have done around the neighborhood to absolutely ruin it, the video boards actually look great.
They
They've
do.
done a really nice job with that. So like they integrated it into the ballpark pretty well.
They
Mhm.
did.
The
No,
one good thing that the Ricketts have done. Thank you, the Ricketts, for this.
we won a World Series.
Won a World
as far as
Series.
I'm concerned, they're great. They're the best.
Yeah, I
They-
really appreciate.
they were-
gutting that neighborhood. That's awesome.
The neighborhood has changed a lot. It has
Do
changed.
you think
a
it's
lot.
been corporatized just a little bit?
There's a
Just
couple
a little-
sponsorships when you walk
just a
in
little bit.
Wrigleyville
Just
now.
because they charge an admission fee to walk down Clark Street.
Just a bit.
Mm.
Just a bit. It is.
Yeah, but they had biblical losses in 2020, and that's why they can't spend on the payroll. You know their payroll is lower than the Diamondbacks.
It is. I'm embarrassed.
Yeah,
Really?
they should be, but they're not.
Well,
They like making money,
they
not
need-
spending it.
They need to extend PCA, and they need to.
John, you and I are
get a
like the same
Tucker
person.
contract.
You're a fan of the Cubs. They don't spend money. I'm a fan of the Cowboys. They don't spend money.
Well, but we
But
didn't.
you have that
We
championship.
didn't always have this problem.
Yeah.
It's just
same.
now. It's
Same.
just now for some
well,
reason.
they won their
it's like,
championship, and so like
Right.
They're good.
They're good.
That's nuts.
No, once you win, you must win
I
again.
think we
and
need
again,
to create
and again and
this
again.
is sports wide. So like
Yeah.
I just regardless of sport, I think we have, and I admit to being part of this problem in talking about sport finances all the time about that we need to spend less time talking about how much it costs to run a team and start evaluating owners on wins and losses like we would executives.
Sure.
Really, because that's because I really don't give a damn how much money they make.
Yeah.
Like I appreciate John Middleton, the Phillies owner, has basically said that. He's like, nobody's going to remember whether or not I made $2 million a year on this team. What they're going to remember is whether or not they won a championship.
Correct.
Right? And he's a Phillies fan. Like that guy, and that guy is like a legit Phillies fan. He's like,
So he's
back
been,
to the 50s.
he's been in jail and all that.
Yeah, I mean, like I think if you were to ask him about the Whiz Kids, he'd be like,
he'd know.
He'd give you chapter and verse on it. He'd tell you about 64. Like he would. He's pretty cool in that regard. You know, he's like a typical billionaire, and I'm sure that there's some things that he has done that have been billionaire-ish to be able to get to that point. So you have to be a little bit ruthless to do it.
Throwing batteries at people.
Well, I don't know that he was booing Santa Claus or anything like that. Although Euchre did have the best line about Phillies fans. He said when the team gets rained out, they go to the airport and boo bad landings. That was amazing. But
you're right. They should be judged on wins and losses because that's all that matters to us.
Jerry Reinsdorf has owned the White Sox for 44 years. They've been to the playoffs 7 times. 7 in 44 years.
That's impossible.
Now, I've been to the playoffs more times than they have.
That is true.
I've also been to the World Series more times, including the one they were in.
But how much of that, though, because they won the series, is like the Cubs, where it's like, well, they got there, so
they won it by accident.
And Reinsdorf was also they did. But Reinsdorf also owns the Bulls, and the Bulls had the dynasty.
Yeah, and they suck now too.
Well, they do suck now, but I'm saying they had the dynasty. Does he get forgiveness for that?
No, I don't think he does.
I mean, I personally don't.
I don't think he does because it's a generation since they won a World Series now.
Yeah, it is.
You know what I mean? It's 20 years.
Yeah.
Like, no, I don't think you get credit for that. Like, Giants ownership deserves credit for winning 3 straight World Series championship, or 3 in 6 years, right?
Yeah.
But that's been a decade plus now.
It has.
You know, like and listen, you obviously can't win every year, but you can put a product on the field that's makes your fan base proud.
True.
And like you can yell and scream about how much every other team is spending and how much they're doing this and how sad it makes you and all this. And I just wish it didn't cost so much. Well, sell the damn team. Like you have another option, right? Your job, they should take a lesson from what they try to say to us. Pull yourself up by the bootstraps and find a way to win. I'm really irritated by the billionaire class that has taken on sports ownership and that has now held it ad infinitum as opposed to moving on after 10 years when your championship sell it.
Oh, and by the way, now we have venture capitalists coming in.
Oh,
and helping with that.
Don't get me started on private equity because I think that's a massive issue. I don't know what the Cubs situation is. I know the Red Sox have private equity involved in their ownership. And the thing about private equity is it's a lower standard, right, for like getting involved in ownership.
Yep.
But they want their money and they want it now.
Yes.
They don't want to sit around and wait for the franchise valuation to go up for you to sell in 20 years. It's a huge issue. They never should have allowed that. Again, they did that because they wanted to hold on to their teams. Just sell it. You've had it for a while. Pass it on. Like, I mean, I feel this way about a lot of things. Like, just it's cool. Like, you did it. It's great. You got to own a team. Now you can be owner emeritus. Keep a small chunk, right? So you still get tickets and you still get to do the cool stuff.
You still get to be in the presses. By the way, all you conferences and schools out there,
good luck.
Listen, because that's where they're looking. They're looking at private equity.
Oh, private equity is so scary in college sports.
Destroy college
sports.
So
scary.
Mike, you mentioned the Phillies owner. How many owners you think in baseball like truly care about winning, to that level? How many franchises?
Well, I think the Mets owner clearly does.
Mets, Yankees.
I don't think
Dodgers.
the Yankees do to that level anymore.
Dodgers.
You don't think Hal does it?
Oh, no.
Really?
No. I think they've been if George were there, they would be spending like the Mets. Like that would be an arms race like you couldn't believe. Dodgers absolutely do.
So what's that, 3 teams?
Dodgers do. I think the Giants ownership cares.
Okay.
I think Padres ownership did care until Peter Seidler passed away.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that they did. I mean, I think there are some that care about winning. They're just not willing to do whatever it takes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like
right?
what the other teams do.
So that's like, I think those are some of them. I'm trying to think if there's anybody else. I think
Braves.
Yeah, Braves are interesting because like they're corporate, right? They're owned by Liberty Media, which also owns most of Sirius XM where I work.
Great people.
Only the best people. Actually, I mean, I think the folks at Liberty Media, the problem is that the Braves are publicly traded, so you constantly know what the numbers are. But that whole ballpark area that they created, the Battery, is part of the Braves Corporation. So you can see the money they're making on it and they're putting back in the team because they have to report quarterly. So that's a little different situation. So yes, they do care about winning. And they also can show you exactly, like they give you a blueprint for how much money these teams are making. Also, you'll notice that like all of these owners that are looking to build new stadiums want to build like multi-year round 365-day use facilities. Again, making fun of the Cubs for like ruining Wrigleyville.
Yeah.
That's what they wanted. They wanted that real estate around it to be able to build up.
Right.
So because like that was an easier step for them. Everybody was already going to the bars and restaurants in Wrigleyville year round.
Yes.
Now they just wanted to monetize it outside of that.
How did they do in Atlanta? How is that area? Because when they moved to Cobb County, it was like, why are we moving way out here? How is that work?
The issue with Cobb County wasn't so much the location. I mean, it moved from downtown, right? It moved closer to where most of their fan base was. The bigger issue was that it was backroom, like old school backroom political dealings. Like the public never got to vote on it. It was basically a county council meeting that determined it. That area is fine, I would say.
Some of the new area.
Yeah,
now?
the Battery. I mean, that's where the All-Star game is this year.
Yeah.
Like if you get a hotel right there, which I don't think is super cheap, like you can walk to the ballpark and there's like 50 restaurants and like a bunch of bars and like wine bars and like everything that your heart could desire in the area. I think there's a concert venue that's there within walking distance. All that stuff is nice enough. I mean, for me, I'm bougie when it comes to food. So it's like, I don't need all these like weird chain restaurants. Like I don't need, a version of Buffalo Wild Wings that misspells buffalo, like that kind of, it's Buffalo Wild Wings. Very exciting.
Or spells wings with a Z.
So yeah, right. Like those kind of places. Wings to stop. Oh, that's delicious. I could use some wings. So I don't love the options that are there, but it's packed on game days. And I would assume that based on the amount of money that they're making, that it is pretty busy on the 270 nights a year that there isn't a baseball game being played there. So,
by the way, what happened to the 64 Phillies?
Oh man, one of the greatest collapses.
Yeah, I seriously, I don't know.
Well,
we'll talk 64 Phillies when we return.
No, we got content coming up.
Oh, okay.
Because baby Gronk was in town.
I saw that.
Can we talk about the 64 Phillies instead of this?
Well, I thought we'd do that off the air.
All right.
Okay.
I don't know how many people in the audience care about the 64 Phillies.
I think people care about that more than baby Gronk.
Wait a second. Do we need to get the answer to the question as to whether or not he rizzed off Livy Dunn while she was here too? Or if it was the Rizzler that was there.
Oh, dear. I don't even want to get into this. 16-20 the zone, back in a minute.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, Nick. Let's see if you've improved your reading skills.
I haven't had to
know the
read.
answer to that question.
I haven't actually.
Phoenix works for me.
You got me. Nebraska had a special visitor. You can't see me do. I don't know why I'm doing this. I'm not on camera.
Yeah, it's just fair.
Special visitor to football camp. Manufactured internet celebrity Baby Gronk made an appearance. And yes, Matt Rule had to take a picture with him. And yes, he did the double finger point thing that's supposed to represent the letter H in sign language.
Is that why he does it?
Allegedly.
So is he saying hi?
No, H for Huskers, Josh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and he doesn't do the N probably because that looks problematic.
Because it's like no, that's
no,
an R.
N is like something with like a fist, but like in a picture.
Oh,
it'll
it's like this.
This is going to be one of those pictures that if
they struggle,
the Matt Rule era doesn't go well, will be used as a meme for why this era didn't go well. Why Baby Gronk? I thought this phase died a couple of years ago, and we found out this kid wasn't any good. I don't know.
First of all, Baby Gronk is not a baby. He's like 14. He's
teenage
as tall
Gronk.
as Matt Rule.
He is.
Like he is
He is
they are
as
the
tall as
same
Matt Rule.
height. So it's not cute anymore.
No.
Good take.
It was never cute to begin with.
I noticed because I saw this earlier today. I figured it might come up in our conversation.
Oh.
So I scrolled back through Baby Gronk's Twitter.
Oh, God.
Only to find that like the fifth picture down in it is him posing with a friend of mine who I am now going to excoriate for posing with Baby Gronk. He's one of the broadcasters for Coastal.
Good work,
He's
Farron.
here.
Boom, roasted
So
that
see
guy.
Sam Wiederoff of the ballpark. Make sure you let him know that you saw him pose with Baby Gronk and do the Coastal Carolina,
If I see him, I will make fun of him.
I'm just glad no one can dig up the photos of me posing with Todd Marinovich.
Nice job.
I hope you give him a Twinkie. That's
I-
a deep cut.
I also thought the Baby Gronk thing was over until Paige, my fiance, I'm engaged.
Where?
Her and her mom were at the Yankees-Royals game last week, and where their seats were, she said, I'm sitting next to Baby Gronk, and people won't stop taking pictures. I'm like, my God.
Dude, the pictures of like the kids at this Nebraska football camp going up to him and taking selfies with him. It's
Embarrassing.
like,
A couple of internet stars were by the OBV, and we had to ask people. We're like, "Who are those people?" And
Don't call
that
them
just means
stars.
we're old.
yeah, YouTubers.
That's
I
it.
don't care. This is
Oh,
ridiculous.
did you meet Mr. Beast?
No, was he here?
I don't know.
I hope
Who?
not. Some
Saw his
a
picture
YouTuber.
Anyway,
It's a really famous
Anyway.
guy, John. Yeah,
Jair
Jair.
Alexander signed a 1-year contract with the Ravens. Does this make them the AFC favorites? The Super Bowl
I
favorites?
think I'm going to pick the Ravens to go to the Super Bowl. I think I've
Didn't you
just
pick the Bills
Put it
last
on the
year?
list.
How did that go?
bad. Well, they made the AFC Championship.
Didn't you pick the Chiefs to lose the first playoff game?
Yep.
How did that go?
Well, they got to the Super Bowl and lost by 1 billion points. So I was kind of right.
Doesn't the NFL season start in like 4 months?
No, Mike, 2.5. It opens with my
closer to 4 than it is to now.
Hard to argue with that. My beloved Dallas Cowboys are on opening night, and they'll lose by 30 against the Eagles. Bad times.
Aren't you glad, though, you don't have to deal with Jair Alexander anymore in the NFC North?
I have no idea who he is.
He
He was
for
the Packers' best defensive back.
Sure.
But he's also been banged up the last couple of years. This is an interesting signing.
And he's got an interesting attitude about it.
There you go.
The Lakers of Los Angeles are being sold for $10 billion.
To the owner of the Dodgers.
Who is?
Mark Walter.
Who is?
Graduate of Creighton University.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Why did the
and
bus
Chicago guy lives in Glenview.
Why did the Bus family get out?
My theory, they took Mike Farron's advice. Sell! Get out of the sport!
Jeannie Buss is still going to be the governor.
For now, like the Celtics are doing that too, and a franchise a couple of years ago did that, and then they pretty much pushed the guy out very quickly.
Now, is there any
Probably
venture capital into this, or is this strictly?
Like he is kind of a venture capitalist,
Yeah,
I think,
okay.
anyway. But I mean, he like his ownership. He has a stake in the television network that the Dodgers and the Lakers share. He
The Sports
owns,
Spectrum Sports
he
Network.
owns, he owns one of the women's. Is it the Women's Hockey League, NWHL?
Yes, yes.
He's
The
the owner
the
of
whole
it.
league?
The
He owns the league,
PWHL.
yeah, PWHL. That's it. He's he's legit. Mark Walter's legit. Like his business partners are like Magic Johnson and Billie Jean King. Like he's good. He is the Chicago sports owner that Chicagoans deserve because he lives in Chicago,
but he's an LA guy now.
Owns all the LA teams.
That sucks for Chicago teams, John.
It does suck for Chicago teams.
I mean, could you imagine if the Bulls, the Bears,
oh man,
the Blackhawks, and the White Sox were owned by him? That would be amazing.
I don't know about that.
I think it'd be great.
No one needs the White Sox to be good.
Well, speaking of things that suck, I'm talking about the NBA. Do the Thunder win their first ever title in OKC tonight?
Where else would they win a title? I mean, you made it sound like that they've won it many a time, but never in OKC.
Well, technically.
Sonics,
yeah.
Thanks for mansplaining that.
How can you not be
Sure.
pedantic?
Yeah, just want to make sure you knew, Mike.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I'm old enough to have been alive when the Sonics won the title.
Oh, okay. Whoa, really?
Dennis Johnson, 1979, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Do you remember? You don't remember it,
No,
though.
I was 3.
Okay, I was going to say, you may sound like you were really old for a second. Like John
I was alive,
I vaguely remember it.
Wow. Yes.
Vaguely remember.
They win.
Only
Those
because
games were
I was-
shown on tape delay.
God,
Yes,
that's
they were.
crazy. Halliburton's too banged up. Give me the Thunder.
Thunder win. It won't even be close. And
At least we can watch our great movie.
We'll get to watch our movie. How do you know it's bad?
Because of Kent Walgamont's reaction when I picked it. When he went, ah!
What movie did you pick?
Some garbage on Netflix.
It's got Tom Hardy.
It's a Tom Hardy movie. It's called Chaos.
Chaos.
It's
I thought
a
it was
new
called
movie
Havoc.
on Netflix.
Havoc.
Chaos, Havoc, whatever.
Wow.
Listen, I can't.
Great
Clearly,
movie.
it's made an impression already.
I only picked it because I like Mobland. Have you seen Mobland?
No.
It's really good.
He's got baseball to watch.
It's very
does.
British.
Speaking of
I know.
baseball,
What?
the Yankees' offensive woes finally came to an end last night,
And today.
but they still lost.
Last night.
Last
Yeah,
night.
they won today.
After 30 consecutive scoreless innings last night, they notched 2 whole runs on Wednesday in the 3-2 loss to the effing Angels. But, as we mentioned, they won today. Why do they stink so much, but also are they back?
Oh. Farron, why do the Yankees stink so much?
But also are they back?
That's baseball, Susan.
Too early to tell.
Happens. You go through bad stretches, but
Yeah,
they won
Nick.
today and they beat the Angels.
Yeah, Nick.
Also, the Angels don't travel their radio broadcasters, so they weren't there to see it.
They don't.
Angels and Blue Jays,
Still. Which is
Pathetic.
2025.
you realize that even
It's like
Murray
$2.
State, Murray State traveled a radio broadcast.
I
this
mean,
week.
I get the reason I was given by a top of the chain Angels executive as to why they don't was beyond embarrassing. It's so bad that I refuse to repeat it. Whoa.
What?
Yes.
Oh, now you have to say it.
I'm not on the air
Yeah, we'll talk to him.
because I don't want to give them. I don't want to give any
Away.
lifeblood to them other than to say my reaction to him was get your announcers on the road. Like literally said that to him.
Yikes.
Nice. Finally, the most important thing we need to talk about.
What? What do you
Oh.
mean the most important?
It's been 2 weeks.
Since you looked at me,
Nice. The Rockies have won many games.
Oh my gosh.
lost today at a walk-off.
I saw that. They're about to make the greatest comeback in baseball history despite that weird decision to pitch to James Wood. They've certainly passed the 1916 Philadelphia Athletics for the worst win percentage in modern history by now, right?
No, they haven't.
Damn
now,
it!
This was updated as of this morning.
So it's actually a game worse now.
After 74 games, they are still 1 game ahead, or in this case, behind the pace of the Philadelphia A's.
What about the A's
And-
after
Too
75
early to
games?
tell.
And their run differential is almost 30 runs worse than the Philadelphia A's. So
Stop winning. Nick.
Yeah, but that was the dead ball era, so
well,
literally it was.
all I'm saying is, Nick, nice job of digging yourself out of below the gutter. Now you're just in the gutter.
You know what, guys? There's
What,
still a
Nick?
lot of season left. It's too early to tell.
It is June. It's only June.
It could absolutely get worse.
You know we're about to start losing sunlight, though? God, that's depressing.
Not for another 2 days.
Yeah, that's depressing, though.
Thanks a lot, Josh.
Yeah.
But, Mike, that means we're getting closer to the World Series.
We'll wrap up the Grum next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
I don't know what I'm having for dinner tonight, but I do know this. It's not going to be ballpark food or fast
how
food
pumped are
or
you?
Casey's. Not that any of that was bad. It was good.
But you've just had it so much.
And I look forward to seeing Miss Wrigley.
So there was,
my wife.
It was day 4.
And my children.
We got to the stadium, and all of the food of the last few days, it just kind of hit my tum-tum, and I was like, I'm going to go to the bathroom. And it was stanky.
Paige and I got lunch today, and I'm like, I just need something light. I got a salad.
Yeah, speaking of salad, we're having pizza tonight, but with a salad. And I can't wait to put some green stuff in my belly.
Love a good salad, za.
Yeah.
Salad's good.
Yeah, salad would be good.
Thank you,
Salad's
salad.
very good.
Nick?
I don't know.
All right. Good work, everybody. I can't wait for you to get to go home, John. It's going to be awesome. Nothing like sleeping in your own bed after a long time away.
Yeah.
Your own pillows.
And by the way, real quick,
Your
shout out
dogs.
to Chris, the general manager there at the Hampton Inn.
Thank you,
And
Chris.
of course, Chris Proudhon, who helped set everything up. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
It was very nice. The air conditioner worked great, which is awesome.
Oh, man. 65
And
degrees
even,
in a
you know
hotel.
what? I made myself some waffles a couple of days.
In the morning?
The waffles were good.
I made waffles.
Good.
I made
Good.
waffles, had some sausage.
This is the first time you haven't been the sideline guy for the championship series in what, like a decade?
Well, COVID year we didn't do it.
yes.
I'm sorry. No. Year after COVID, that's what I meant to say.
Oh.
You didn't do it in 21?
No, 21, I did not.
Hmm.
I don't remember with a reason why, but I did not in 21.
Well, this will be strange for you then. You've been doing it a lot, basically. Is what I'm saying.
It will, but
Happer will do a great
Happer's
job.
going to do a great job.
Are you worried that Happer's going to Wally Pip you?
Oh, no.
I mean, that's always a possibility. You never know.
Then you'll have to Wally Pip Scott, don't call me Moonlight Graham.
Oh, then John and Kugler
John
on the
and Kevin
call again.
back together.
Oh,
I don't know if America's ready for that.
That's a good point.
Imagine the championship series with John Bishop, Kevin Kugler, and producer Nick Grimm.
Oh, wow. Interesting. They'll just let anybody do that now, huh?
I hope so. That's kind of what I'm banking on.
That's true. That's true.
Hey, let me in, please.
Stib says, I paid like $130 for some Pequod's pizza to be sent to my house frozen. I'm going to have some of that. Or one of that.
That is still the pizza I want to try the most.
I don't think I've ever had Pequod. Is that Chicago?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think George loved it. George used to do that.
Pequod's is, I've heard very, very, very good things about it.
Nice.
I just wonder if it's going to translate being frozen and then reheated.
We'll find out. Stibbs, give us a report tomorrow.
Yeah, Stibbs, give a review.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Goodbye.